Accused Manoranjan's friend detained in Parliament, breach case, funding link under the scanner. Republic accesses exclusive details of NIA's Islamic State Ballari module bust in Karnataka. Large-scale rescue efforts are on in southern Tamil Nadu, where heavy rains have claimed 10 lives and displaced over 7,000 people. A second case of COVID subvariant JN.1 detected in Maharashtra. India's active infections count doubles in 10 days. Baloch activists marched to Pakistani capital to demand an end to extrajudicial killings. All right, we start with some breaking developments coming in right now after multiple delays and a couple of interjections by the Supreme Court. Elections for the Wrestling Federation of India's Executive Committee will be held today, with the outgoing President Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh's faction expected to sweep the polls. Now, led by Uttar Pradesh Wrestling Association's Vice President Sanjay Kumar Singh, the Brij Bhushan-backed panel is confident of a clear majority, with some officials even claiming a 100% result. Meanwhile, Republic TV also confronted Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. Let's take a listen into that first.
हमारा पूरा सपोर्ट है, पूरे देश का सपोर्ट है, पूरे देश के खिलाड़ी हैं। आप अभी देख लीजिएगा कि यहाँ कितने राज्यों के लोग आपको मिलेंगे, कितने खिलाड़ी मिलेंगे, और उनको देखिएगा बंद कमरे में कहीं बैठे होंगे। रेसलर क्यों बात शब्द, रेसलर तो देश के हमारे साथ हैं। 3 आदमियों को आप रेसलर कहते हैं, 3 आदमियों को आप रेसलर कहते हैं। पूरे देश के रेसलर हमारे साथ हैं, हरियाणा के रेसलर हमारे साथ हैं। हमारा पूरा सपोर्ट है, पूरे देश का सपोर्ट है, पूरे देश के खिलाड़ी हैं। आप अभी देख लीजिएगा कि यहाँ कितने राज्यों के लोग आपको मिलेंगे, कितने खिलाड़ी मिलेंगे, और उनको देखिएगा बंद कमरे में कहीं बैठे होंगे। रेसलर क्यों बात शब्द, रेसलर तो देश के हमारे साथ हैं। 3 आदमियों को आप रेसलर कहते हैं, 3 आदमियों को आप रेसलर कहते हैं। पूरे देश के रेसलर हमारे साथ हैं, हरियाणा के रेसलर हमारा पूरा सपोर्ट है, पूरे देश का सपोर्ट है, पूरे देश के खिलाड़ी हैं। आप अभी देख लीजिएगा कि यहाँ कितने राज्यों के लोग आपको मिलेंगे, कितने खिलाड़ी मिलेंगे, और उनको देखिएगा बंद कमरे में कहीं बैठे होंगे। रेसलर क्यों बात शब्द, रेसलर तो देश के हमारे साथ हैं। 3 आदमियों को आप रेसलर कहते हैं, 3 आदमियों को आप रेसलर कहते हैं।
All right, my colleague Akhil, who's got us that conversation with Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, is joining us live on the broadcast. Akhil, we just heard Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh is very confident of this election. Now, of course, he is the outgoing chief. But tell us more about Sanjay Kumar Singh. He is touted as the loyalist to Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, and this is one thing that, you know, most of the protesting wrestlers were in fact dreading, and in fact warning against, that there should be nobody who is from Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh's camp that should be elected to the Wrestling Federation of India.
Well, absolutely. If you talk about Sanjay Kumar Singh is a very close confidant of Brij Bhushan Singh. He was very much associated with him, and he is also the Deputy Vice President of Uttar Pradesh Wrestling Associations, and he hails from Varanasi. So Sanjay Kumar Singh and Brij Bhushan Singh has got a really good relationship, and that's what the other wrestlers who have been contesting in this poll have been claiming, that Sanjay Kumar could be a dummy candidate. This is what they have been saying, that this election, after this election, once if that post is being held by close aide of Brij Bhushan Singh, that is Sanjay Kumar Singh, then there won't be any transparency. So there have been concerns raised by the wrestlers in this case. As we all know that Anita Sharon is the former champion, CWG champion in 2010, is contesting against Sanjay Singh, and she's the only one one only female candidate in this election. And as we all know that out of 50 seats, Sanjay Kumar Singh is confident of winning more than 40 seats. So once the election will take place, only it will be clear that who's going to be the next chief of WFI. Yes.
Of course, this is a very significant development that is coming in. You know, there has been a lot of suffering as far as the wrestlers are concerned, because, you know, internationally also there was a lot of, you know, flack that was drawn by the chain of events of what was happening here. You know, next year we have the Olympics also coming in. Wrestling is one of the most important, you know, areas where India, in fact, you know, focuses on getting medals. India has, you know, every Olympics, India does, you know, grab a medal or more when it comes to the Olympics. But now we do expect that there should be some, you know, there should be some, you know, normalcy, and you know, the functioning of the committee, functioning of the federation should resume soon, and there should not be any more disturbance or the interruptions anymore now, if at all the elections are held successfully.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. If you see Sanjay Singh has been very confident that he's going to win the election, and we also confronted Brij Bhushan Singh, and he said that the chances of winning Sanjay Singh is pretty high, because all the state wrestling associations members are with him, and it will be reflected on the votes itself. So if you talk about his contender, who's been considered as a front runner in this case, Anita Sharon has been constantly demanding that justice needs to be served to the wrestlers who are going through such pain, and that there should be a women chief of WFI. So she has been making a strong case in this election so far.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, Jacqueline, for joining us with those details. So, of course, viewers, this is in a very important day. We'll keep a track on all those developments coming in, as the WFI chief will be elected today. Brij Bhushan Singh is confident that his protege will be voted. Remember, even as per sources, it is likely that Sanjay Singh, who is from Varanasi, and he is a loyalist of Brij Bhushan Singh, is likely to clinch that post. Also, remember, he's up against Commonwealth Games gold medalist Anita Sharon, who is also running for the post of president. She is in fact backed by those wrestlers who were protesting against Brij Bhushan Singh, demanding his arrest. The matter is, of course, in the court right now, but we will keep a track of all the updates coming in as far as the WFI elections is concerned. And now moving on to other stories. In a major crackdown on the Rohingyas in Jammu, police investigation reveals that 18 Rohingyas married locals in Jammu and Kashmir to get Indian national identity cards. Now, Rohingyas have married locals in Kishtwar, Doda, Jammu, Ramban, Poonch and Bandipora, each while one in Anantnag district of South Kashmir also. Now, all 6 Rohingyas who married locals have been arrested along with their husbands. So that is a big update coming in as we talk about the crackdown on Rohingyas, which has been going on for quite some time now. Republic TV is getting you all the updates on that. Now, 13 arrested. That's the latest we have. 13 people have been arrested. There have been marriages taking place by locals so that they become an Indian national, so that they can legitimize their residency here. That is a big update we're getting in right now. 13 Rohingyas have been arrested. Locals have also been arrested, of course. This is a big crackdown on the Rohingyas, the illegal migrants in Jammu and Kashmir. Arrests are being made across Jammu and Kashmir. So that is the big update we are getting in right now. There's a massive crackdown There have been several FIRs also lodged against those who have provided shelter to Rohingyas in the past few days. My colleague Gursimran is joining us live on the broadcast for more. It's a major crackdown, isn't it, on the Rohingyas, Gursimran? We've seen that there have been people who have been the supporters and people who have given shelter to the Rohingyas there. They have been detained, and now we're getting to know of people, individuals who have in fact married the locals so as to gain the citizenship or become Indian nationals.
See, 18 such Rohingyas have been identified by the Jammu and Kashmir police in the investigation that pans over for last 4 days, and it has come into force that these 18 Rohingyas, majority of which 6 are from the Kishtwar district, some of them are from the Jammu, in the Poonch district, Bandipora, Anantnag, and also from the Rajouri. The names have emerged. The total are the 18 number of Rohingyas, out of which 6 have been arrested, and many more arrests are expected in the coming days. What we are getting to know that they have married the locals in Jammu and Kashmir to acquire the Indian national cards, that is the Aadhaar cards, the voter ID cards, the bank passbooks, and also the revenue records. That means they wanted to get settled here, and that is based on the investigation that the Jammu and Kashmir police has carried so far. Now, apart from this, what we are also getting to know that they were regularly shifting their locations post March 2021 crackdown that was carried out by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now, all angles, including the terror angles, are also being probed by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and they have said that if something emerges similar to their involvement in any of the terror crimes or any other crimes that have taken place, a separate legal procedure will be initiated. But so far, 18 of the Rohingyas, those who have married locals in Jammu and Kashmir, their names have emerged. 6 of them have been arrested along with their husbands. All were females. Those who have married locals in the Kishtwar district in the Dachan area, they have been arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and several more arrests are expected. It's important to mention that so far the total number of arrests of the Rohingyas and their supporters have risen to 18, 13 from the Kishtwar district, 4 from Poonch, 1 from the Rajouri. We are also told that there have been some arrests in the Ramban districts also, where the human trafficking angle was involved from the Anantnag side. So that is also being thoroughly probed by the Ramban police, and also all other districts police. They are looking into this angle. But yes, this is really concerning, as the Rohingyas managed to marry the locals in Jammu and Kashmir and then get the national identity cards that makes them directly or indirectly the citizens of the India, and then it becomes almost impossible for the agencies to track them wherever or they are hiding or living in Jammu and Kashmir.
Absolutely, of course. That is a big update coming in. Gursimran, what are you learning about the identities of these people, these people who have been arrested? The locals have also been arrested, what we understand right now, and of course the Rohingyas who have married the Indian nationals so that they can get the citizenship. Tell us more about these people, and any kind of links do they have? Any kind of links that have been traced by the agencies?
See, when it comes to these 18, they all have been identified. The names of 6 by the Kishtwar police have been shared with Republic as well. So they are from basically from the Myanmar, who have come here and married the locals here. Now the name of other 12, that is except these 6 from the Kishtwar district, they are too with the agencies, and agencies are now probing the forward and backward linkages. Because what has happened earlier, it used to be that the Rohingyas used to be settled in some of the colonies in Jammu only. But what has now happened, that they have moved to different areas. So now these 18 Rohingyas who have married the locals in Jammu and Kashmir, they have been traced in the 7 districts. That the 4 districts are in Jammu, that includes the Poonch, Doda, Kishtwar and Jammu district, while 3 including Bandipora, Anantnag, they are in the Kashmir Valley. So they are now frequently changing their locations, and that is something really very concerning. More than a dozen FIRs have been launched by the Jammu and Kashmir police as part of their mega crackdown on the Rohingyas, and in days to come, on the directions of Ministry of Home Affairs, some major action is expected on the Rohingyas and their sympathizers who are living in Jammu and Kashmir. Because what we have seen in the Poonch district, that a Rohingya man married a woman there, and then he, with the help of his father-in-law and brother-in-law, he managed to get the identity cards. So now this all is being probed by the Jammu and Kashmir police, that how many instances of this nature have happened in other districts as well. And that's why on the day 4th, there are some of the details regarding the investigation is emerging as 18 of them have been identified, and in days to come, the police say that there is a high possibility that some more Rohingyas who have managed to get the illegal identity cards, be it Aadhaar cards, the documents of the revenue officials, everything that will also be unearthed by the agencies.
All right. Thanks so much to Simran for joining us with those details. We'll keep a track on all the developments coming in as far as the crackdown on Rohingyas in the valley is concerned. All right, now moving on, the Union Sports Ministry has given its nod to confer the Arjuna Award to 26 sportspersons, including cricketer Mohammad Shami, who enjoyed a stellar ODI World Cup. The awards will be conferred on the athletes by President Draupadi Murmu at the Rashtrapati Bhavan on the 9th of January.
तो अपना परफॉर्मेंस किया है और हर किसी को यही उम्मीद थी कि शामी भाई को अर्जुन अवार्ड के लिए नॉमिनेट किया जाए। पहले बीसीसीआई ने उनका नाम अर्जुन अवार्ड के लिए खेल मंत्रालय को सिफारिश की थी और आज हमें बहुत खुशी की खबर मिली। शाम लगभग 3:30 से 4 बजे के शामी भाई का अर्जुन अवार्ड के लिए सिलेक्ट हुए हैं और 9 तारीख को उन्हें खेल मंत्रालय से और क्या कहते हैं राष्ट्रपति जी से अर्जुन अवार्ड मिलेगा।
जब वो अवार्ड लेकर आएंगे गांव में वापस तो क्या जश्न मनाएंगे?
जी, जैसे कि ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है ये भी कि हमारी भारत सरकार से शामी भाई को कि क्रिकेट में इकलौते प्लेयर को मोहम्मद शामी को इस साल अर्जुन अवार्ड मिल रहा है। वैसे 26 लोग इसमें नॉमिनेट हुए हैं और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि शामी भाई आगे भी टीम इंडिया के लिए ऐसे ही परफॉर्मेंस करते रहें और देश का नाम इसी तरीके रोशन करते रहें और आगे भी एक से एक अच्छे पुरस्कार उनको मिलें और हम यही उम्मीद करते हैं।
All right, time for a short break, viewers. On the other side, Republic accesses exclusive details of NIA's Islamic State Ballari module bust in Karnataka.
Not just Medvadas, my special...
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs. A testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब।
The second summon issued by Enforcement Directorate in the Delhi excise policy case. Despite being asked to appear before the agency today, Kejriwal left for Vipassana on Wednesday. India alliance leaders to hold a protest march at the Jantar Mantar National Capital tomorrow over the suspension of opposition MPs from both the houses. Total of 143 opposition MPs have been suspended so far. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar convened a meeting with all JDU MPs at his New Delhi residence. The meeting was conducted a day after the opposition alliance meeting. With Mamata Banerjee proposing Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge's name for Prime Ministerial post, JDU MP Sunil Kumar Pintu says that JDU workers and the people of Bihar want Nitish Kumar to be the next Prime Minister. BJP MP Manoj Tiwari called Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge a dummy, launching a scathing attack. He said that the government will be run by a dummy if Kharge was voted to power. BJP MLA Kailash Vijayvargiya criticized the mimicry of Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar by a TMC MP and Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, stating that making a video of it instead of condemning it reflects the character of Congress. In response to the mimicry row, Congress MP Randeep Surjewala questioned Modi government. He raised concerns about the perceived insult to farmers during their protests against the farm laws. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sushil Gupta expressed concerns over the expulsion of MPs in the mimicry row. He said that they need to respect those holding constitutional posts. He highlights the importance of exercising restraint despite any strict measures taken by authorities. The US has once again reiterated its stand on Israel-Hamas war ahead of upcoming vote on Gaza ceasefire resolution. US Secretary of State highlighted that Hamas must stop hiding behind the civilians, lay down its arms and surrender. Here's a 1-minute report on that.
What is striking to me is that even as, again, we hear many countries urging the end to this conflict, which we would all like to see, I hear virtually no one saying, demanding of Hamas that it stop hiding behind civilians, that it lay down its arms, that it surrender. This is over tomorrow if Hamas does that. This would have been over a month ago, 6 weeks ago, if Hamas had done that. And how can it be that there are no demands made of the aggressor and only demands made of the victim? So it would be good if there was a strong international voice pressing Hamas to do what's necessary to end this. And again, that could be tomorrow.
Now, speaking on the drug smuggling menace, Manipur Chief Minister Biren Singh expressed concerns over the rise in cross-border drug smuggling, adding that the state is doing its best in order to prevent the youth from indulging in illegal activities.
The drug users numbers of youth is increasing day by day, around 1.5 lakhs. So the government has launched the war on drugs in the year 2019. Since then, we have eradicated many poppy plantations, we have arrested many drug smugglers, we have did whatever we can everything. But that is today my appeal to the all the honorable judges and learned advocates that to keep vigils whenever and wherever any drug-related case comes, to seriously deal it and help the ongoing war on drugs with this government. That was my appeal, so that Manipur as a gateway, we are also protecting and preventing the youths of the mainland India. As a gate, we are blocking here all the drug smuggling.
Now, speaking on India-US ties, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has said that US has deepened its partnership with India and has elevated cooperation through the Quad. Here's a report.
US Secretary of State Antony Blinken once again reiterated strong ties with India. Blinken said that US has elevated cooperation with India, Japan and Australia through Quad.
We've deepened our partnership with India. We've elevated cooperation through the Quad with India, Japan, Australia. The United States is more closely aligned than ever with the G7, with the EU, with other allies and partners on the challenges presented by Beijing. And we're working together to address them. We're deepening cooperation and coordination between NATO and our Indo-Pacific allies.
In a detailed statement, Blinken highlighted that the US partnerships in the Indo-Pacific have never been stronger. From trade and investment to defense, security, education and science, India-US bilateral cooperation is broad-based and multi-sectoral. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Nawaz Sharif, who is eyeing a record fourth term as Prime Minister, said that Pakistan's miseries were not caused by India, the US or Afghanistan, but by its own actions. While accusing the Pakistani military establishment of ruining the country's economy and democracy, Sharif lauded India's achievements in space and development.
इसका जिम्मेदार और कोई नहीं है सिवाय हम खुद इसके जिम्मेदार हैं। हमने खुद अपने पांव पे कुल्हाड़ियां मारी, वरना आज ये मुल्क तो न जाने कहां पहुंचा होता। हमारे इर्द गिर्द के ममालिक चांद पे पहुंच गए हैं और अभी हम जमीन से नहीं उठ रहे। तो ये इस तरह से तो नहीं चल सकता मामला।
Chinese President Xi Jinping, in his recent interaction with President Joe Biden, said that Beijing will reunify Taiwan with mainland China. Xi had told Biden in a meeting attended by a dozen officials from both sides that China's preference is to take Taiwan peacefully and not by force, as per reports. Speaking on the India-US ties, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken said that US has deepened partnership with India and has elevated cooperation through the Quad.
That US has...
We've deepened our partnership with India. We've elevated cooperation through the Quad with India, Japan, Australia. The United States is more closely aligned than ever with the G7, with the EU, with other allies and partners on the challenges presented by Beijing. And we're working together to address them. We're deepening cooperation and coordination between NATO and our Indo-Pacific allies.
The United Nations Security Council postponed a vote on Wednesday in a bid to get US support on a resolution that seeks to facilitate the scaled-up aid deliveries to the Gaza Strip. United Arab Emirates, as the Arab representative in the 50-nation council, drafted the resolution and is leading the negotiations. Time for a short break, viewers. On the other side, India Alliance floor leaders to meet at Kharge's office today amid the suspension row.
Powered by Century Ply Club.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब, देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब, देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब, देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब, देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब, देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा? चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा? चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा? चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार
Accreditation
से क्यों चमक रहा
that the state is doing its best in order to prevent the youth from indulging in illegal activities. Here's the report on that.
The drug users numbers of youths is increasing day by day, around 1.5 lakhs. So the government has launched the war on drugs in the year 2019. Since then, we have eradicated many poppy plantations, we have arrested many drug smugglers, we have did whatever we can everything. But that is today my appeal to the all the honourable judges and learned advocates that to keep vigils whenever and wherever any drug-related case comes, to seriously deal it and help the ongoing war on drugs to this government. That was my appeal, so that Manipur as a gateway, we are also protecting and preventing the youths of the mainland India. Just as a gate, we are blocking here all the drug smuggling.
In other news, Nawaz Sharif, who is eyeing a record 4th term as Prime Minister of Pakistan, said that Pakistan's miseries were not caused by India, US or Afghanistan, but by its own actions, while accusing the Pakistani military establishment of ruining the country's economy and democracy. Sharif lauded India's achievements in space and development. Stepping to a short break on the other side, Baloch activists marched to Pakistani capital to demand an end to extrajudicial killings.
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब,
are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Shrivastava. One of the big stories coming in this morning is Arvind Kejriwal, who is going to be skipping the ED summons once again, citing that he has a Vipassana course to attend and that ED summons are nothing but politically motivated. We are tracking that closely, starting first with the top headlines at 10:30. India Alliance floor leaders to meet at Manoranjan Kharge's office today amid suspension drop. Kejriwal on Vipassana mode, likely to skip ED summons in Delhi liquor scam case today. Accused Manoranjan's friend detained in Parliament breach case, funding link under scandal. Republic accesses exclusive details of NI's Islamic State Ballari module bust in Karnataka. Large-scale rescue efforts are on in southern Tamil Nadu, where heavy rains have claimed 10 lives and displaced more than 7,000 people. Second case of COVID sub-variant of JN.1 detected in Maharashtra. India's active infections count doubles in 10 days' time. Baloch activists marched to Pakistan capital to demand end to extrajudicial killings. Now, after multiple delays and couple of interjections by the top court, the elections for the Wrestling Federation of India, the WFI Executive Committee, will take place today, with outgoing President Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh's faction expected to sweep the polls that are slated for today. Now, led by UP Wrestling Association's Vice President Sanjay Kumar Singh, the Brij Bhushan-backed panel is confident of a clear majority, with some officials even claiming a 100% result. Meanwhile, Republic confronted Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, who faces sexual harassment charges. Listen in to that exclusive conversation.
हमारा पूरा सपोर्ट है, पूरे देश का सपोर्ट है, पूरे देश के खिलाड़ी हैं। आप अभी देख लीजिएगा कि यहाँ कितने राज्यों के लोग आपको मिलेंगे, कितने खिलाड़ी मिलेंगे, और उनको देखिएगा बंद कमरे में कहीं बैठे होंगे। रेसलर क्यों बात शब्द, रेसलर तो देश के हमारे साथ हैं। 3 आदमियों को आप रेसलर कहते हैं, 3 आदमियों को आप रेसलर कहते हैं। पूरे देश के रेसलर हमारे साथ हैं, हरियाणा के रेसलर हमारे साथ हैं।
All right, so there you heard Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh confident of win, but shifting focus to the other focus story. This one from the state of Uttar Pradesh, where the Archaeological Survey of India has presented a survey report on the Gyanvapi mosque complex to the district court in a sealed cover, and the court is now set to hear the case today itself. Meanwhile, the Allahabad High Court note on Tuesday had dismissed the pleas that challenged the very maintainability of the 1991 lawsuit that sought the restoration of the temple where the Gyanvapi mosque stands, and observed that the religious character of a disputed place can only be decided by the court. Now, the ASI conducted a scientific survey of the Gyanvapi complex situated adjacent to the Kashi Vishwanath temple. The objective primarily was to ascertain whether the mosque was built atop the remains of the pre-existing Hindu temple structure. The survey was initiated in response to the district court's directive on 21st of July instructing an examination beneath the mosque's domes, cellars and the western walls as well. Before we go across to Madhurima, listen in to a reaction that's coming from the Hindu lawyer on the case, Gyanvapi case that would be heard by the court today. All right, we will play out that conversation later, but let's go across to Madhurima, who's joining us live from Varanasi. Madhurima, good morning. We understand that the Muslim side has objected to the report being presented in the open, saying that it should be in a sealed cover. Once again, take us to what exactly are the objections being raised by the Muslim side as far as that findings of the survey is concerned.
Well, good morning to you too, Samiksha. And the mosque committee has represented their side in front of the court, and they are of the view that those two envelopes that have been such sealed by the ASI and have been submitted in front of the Varanasi district, that they should not be made public, and anybody who wants a copy of that should take a formal undertaking in front of the court through an affidavit. However, the Hindu side today is contesting at around 2 o'clock is the time set for that specific case, and they're contesting that those reports should be made public. Right now I'm joined by the Hindu petitioners side lawyer Subhash Nandan Chaturvedi. सर धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। तो आज जो आपका जो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण केस है, आज आप कोर्ट के सामने क्या रिक्वेस्ट करने वाले हैं कि जो रिपोर्ट्स आई हैं एएसआई के साइंटिफिक सर्वे की, उनको पब्लिक किया जाए?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, जो अभी पिछले 18 तारीख को जो एएसआई की टीम ने, उनके जो काउंसिल ने जो सील बंद लिफाफे में 92 दिनों तक जो रिपोर्ट ये सर्वे चला है, उसको इन्होंने दाखिल किया था। चूंकि ये मामला ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चल चुका है, सुनवाई ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसमें स्पष्ट कहा था कि सील बंद लिफाफे में इसको दाखिल न किया जाए और ये सारी रिपोर्ट खुले तौर पर जो है कोर्ट में पेश किया जाए। अब चूंकि ये मामला केवल देखिए हमारा व्यक्तिगत कोई लड़ाई हम लोगों का नहीं है, हमारी आपकी कोई प्रॉपर्टी की लड़ाई नहीं है, ये करोड़ों करोड़ लोगों की लड़ाई है। हमारी वादनी भले 4 हो सकती हैं, जिनके तरफ से हम लोगों ने जो एएसआई सर्वे मांग की थी और सर्वे हुआ है, ये हो सकता है, लेकिन इसके पीछे जो करोड़ों करोड़ जो कहा जाए परोक्ष जो वादी हैं, जो जानना चाहते हैं कि ये सर्वे रिपोर्ट में आखिर निकल कर क्या आ रहा है, क्योंकि ये विवाद बहुत पुराना है और 100 करोड़ से ऊपर लोग, मुस्लिम पक्ष भी जानना चाहता है, तमाम करोड़ों मुसलमान भी जानना चाहते हैं कि सच्चाई उस ज्ञानवापी परिसर का है क्या। अगर आप इसको पब्लिक डोमेन में नहीं लाएंगे तो जो लोग सोच रहे हैं, समझ रहे हैं, चाह रहे हैं, उस पर दिक्कतें आएंगी। केवल हम या आप जो है कोई सीक्रेट जो है कोर्ट सुनवाई नहीं कर रहा है। 370 में भी खुली सुनवाई हुई है, राम मंदिर में भी खुली सुनवाई हुई है, और राम मंदिर में भी जो एएसआई ने सर्वे दाखिल किया था, वो सर्वे रिपोर्ट जो है खुला बंद लिफाफे में नहीं दाखिल किया था।
सर, अगर हम इस केस की बात करें तो अगर रिपोर्ट सामने आती है, पब्लिक फाइंडिंग सामने आती है, तो आपके जो बाकी केसेस हैं उनमें भी मदद मिलेगी आपको?
बिल्कुल, अगर ये बंद लिफाफे में जाएंगे और हम तक नहीं ये सारी रिपोर्टें आएंगी तो हम ये ट्रायल में हमें दिक्कत होगा। भाई, हम जब ये सारी कापियां एएसआई के रिपोर्ट को जब प्राप्त करेंगे कोर्ट से जो है, तो मिलने के बाद हम उस पर अध्ययन करेंगे, स्टडी करेंगे, एनालिसिस करेंगे, तभी तो ट्रायल में हम आगे कार्रवाई कर सकते हैं। तो इसलिए जो मांग इनकी है, एएसआई ने कहा, उनके काउंसिल ने कहा कि हमें जानकारी सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश का नहीं था और हमने सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से इसको लिफाफे में दिया था। मुस्लिम पक्ष ने भी मांग की है, प्रार्थना एप्लीकेशन दिया है उन्होंने भी कहा है कि नहीं, इसको जो बंद लिफाफे में ही रखा जाओ, सीक्रेट रखा जाओ, एफिडेविट लिया जाए। जो पक्षकार या उनके काउंसिल जो अगर लेते हैं ये सारी रिपोर्ट, तो एफिडेविट लिया जाए कि पब्लिकली ये लीक न हो, मीडिया में न जाए, पब्लिक डोमेन में न जाए। ऐसी मांग उन्होंने की है, क्योंकि हम लोगों ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट का आदेश का हवाला देते हुए हम लोगों ने भी एक प्रार्थना पत्र रखा कि इस लिफाफे को तत्काल खोला जाए। इस पे सुनवाई देखिए आज होनी है, और इसी सुनवाई के बाद जो कोर्ट जो फैसला लेगा।
आश्वस्त है सर कि आपके फेवर में आज सुनवाई हो सकती है, क्योंकि अगर ये जो फाइंडिंग्स हैं एएसआई की साइंटिफिक सर्वे की वो बाहर आती है, तो आपका जो प्राइमरी केस है जिससे कि ये सर्वे के निर्देश दिए गए कि अंदर पूजा करने की उनको वहां पर अनुमति दी जाए, कितना उसको फायदा मिलेगा?
देखिए, फायदा मिलना है, ये बहुत बड़ा जो है बेस, ये एएसआई सर्वे रिपोर्ट जो कोर्ट में आ रही है और जिसकी मांग हम लोगों ने किया था, ये सर्वे रिपोर्ट वैज्ञानिक और प्रमाणित तरीके से जब कोर्ट में दाखिल होगी और हम लोगों तक पहुंचेगी, तो ये सारे साक्ष्य एविडेंस ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा जो है माइलस्टोन बनेगा। ये पूरा आधार बन जाएगा पूरे मुकदमे का। मुकदमे की दशा और दिशा, यानी मंदिर जो ज्ञानवापी परिसर है उसकी दशा और दिशा को ये तय कर देगा। इसलिए ये जो है रिपोर्ट जो है यही एक महत्वपूर्ण रिपोर्ट है। ये हमारे लिए कहा जाए कि एक इशू बनेगा, जो इशू फ्रेम बनेगा जो पूरे मुकदमे का, इस पे कार्रवाई होगी और हमारे पक्ष में होगी। इसलिए हम जानते हैं कि भाई चाहते भी हैं, कोर्ट भी हमारे पक्ष में आज फैसला देगा जो भी सुनने के बाद, कि ये सीलबंद लिफाफे को खोला जाए, क्योंकि कोर्ट भी, हमें नहीं लगता है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो आदेश है उसकी अवहेलना करेगा।
So there you heard him, Samiksha, and he is of the view that all the scientific findings that have been submitted by the ASI in front of the court should be made public, because that's also going to help them augment their base case that the women or the devotees should be allowed inside that particular mosque which they contend was a temple, and that they should be allowed to offer prayer to the deity. Samiksha, back to you.
Right. Madhurima, thank you for the moments. Of course, remains to be seen whether what exactly essentially comes out of that verdict. But note that the Muslim side has objected to it, saying that the findings of the survey report should not be made public. For now, shifting focus to more news break. Coming in, this one from the state of West Bengal. All right, news coming in from the state of West Bengal, where the Income Tax Department conducted late-night raids at several properties belonging to TMC MLA Bairan Biswas, who recently had joined the Trinamool Congress from the Congress party. In fact, details coming in of the seizure that's been made by the Income Tax Department, 70 lakh rupees, as we understand, has been recovered from the residence of TMC MLA Bairan Biswas factory. All right, so it's not the residence from the factory of Bairan Biswas. 70 lakh rupees has been recovered. Mega seizure by the IT department from one of those premises linked to the TMC MLA Bairan Biswas. All right, let's go across to Kishle, who's joining us live from the Bangla newsroom. Kishle, of course, massive seizure there, 70 lakh rupees that's been recovered from one of those premises linked to the TMC MLA. Tell us more, anything, any statement so far from the TMC MLA himself on what exactly defines such a mega seizure and what is exactly the source of this cash?
Cash recovery continues. Now, yesterday, there was a 19 hours long raid by the Income Tax Department in Bairan Biswas' house. He was previously elected in Congress. When he was in the Congress party, he was elected as the MLA, and later on he changed his party and joined the Trinamool Congress. Now, yesterday, 19 hours of raid in 3 of his properties, actually 4, his house, his factory, his school and his hospital. All these factories and premises connected to Bairan Biswas, actually owned by him, were being raided yesterday, and from his house 70 lakh unaccounted cash has been recovered by the IT department officials. They came out with that amount of cash in the midnight. Along with that, they also recovered a huge amount of documents that they believe would hold crucial information about the income sources of Bairan Biswas that they don't have any idea about, that he does not disclose to the IT department. Also in his school and in his hospital, both owned by him, there were IT raids and important documents have been seized by the IT department. Just after the raids, it is news that Bairan Biswas, the MLA, TMC MLA, is now very sick and has been shifted to a hospital, later on taken back to his home. He is very sick because he suddenly felt the trauma when the IT raids were going on. Right now, he is being treated at his home. On the other hand, the IT department officials are looking at the documents that has been recovered from his house. Samiksha.
Right, Kishle, stay with us. If you can tell us more about this factory that apparently was being run by the TMC MLA, is that probably the source of such a mega cash recovery, which amounts to more than 70 lakh rupees, as we understand?
Well, Samiksha, this factory, mainly packaging of food grains was happening in this factory. mainly rice. Now, this factory was one of the sources of his income, but he also had a hospital running, also had a school running. He was the MLA. So also the opposition parties are saying that he was getting money from different other sources which are unaccounted, which is also a direct allegation of corruption against the TMC MLA. We have seen several TMC MLAs and ministers behind the bars because cash was recovered from their house of corruption, or corruption was allegedly happening when they were present or wherever they were connected. Right now, this 70 lakh rupees unaccounted cash which has been recovered from Biden Bishwas's house, we do not know from where did he get it, because even the officials, IT officials, they are saying we will be giving out a official statement, press release, and we will be disclosing details about this 70 lakh. But for sure, this 70 lakh is unaccounted, and Biden Bishwas, while he was interrogated,
Kishli, hold your thoughts there. Let's go across and take a word from Priyanka Tibrewal of the BJP also joining us. Ma'am, good morning. Your first response to this mega seizure that's been made by the IT department. It's TMC MLA Beren Viswas, who is under the scanner. 70 lakh rupees, as we understand, has been recovered from premises linked to the TMC MLA.
See, I am not aghast, nor should anybody be shocked on this raid and thereafter whatever has been recovered. Because you see, these people from TMC, whether it is an MLA or a council, they are all into corruption, top to bottom. The entire TMC is just engulfed in corruption. And you see, this Mr. Biswas, he was elected as a Congress MLA, and then he later went to TMC because he knew that from Congress he'll not be able to earn anything in West Bengal, because all the corruption and everything in West Bengal is controlled by TMC. So he switched to TMC, and now that is why you will find unaccounted cash. And 70 lakhs is nothing for them. It is just peanuts. It's just peanuts. After more raids, more recovery will be done, and we are very, very sure of this. Because 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 50 lakh, 70 lakhs, this is nothing for them. It is in crores which will be found out, as they have looted the people of Bengal.
Ma'am, just a follow-up question. Do you think the TMC MLA in this case can even justify the kind of seizure that's been made? Because as we understand, he has been running multiple businesses, which probably could be a defense that the MLA could come up with about the source of this the seizure that's been made by the IT department.
If from multiple business he has earned that money, then he should show that why is it in cash? Why is it in cash? And if that is unaccountable, then he has to admit that from where that money came. You see, under the guise of these business, they are running all this corruption dhanda in West Bengal. And this is not only this one MLA. You see, before this, those who were arrested, whether it was the then Education Minister, Partho, or anybody else, they have all not been able to give any account on the money which was seized, because all the money was black money.
All right, we leave it at that. So Priyanka Tibrewal, they're saying that this is nothing but black money which has been recovered from the TMC MLA's residence. Let's go across to Kishli again. Kishli, once again, if you can put this into context for us, give us a timeline of the kind of seizures that have been made in the past linked to TMC netas precisely over the past few months.
Well, exactly, Samiksha, not just past few months, but past few years as well. We saw it started with Partho Chatterjee's friend Arpita Mukherjee's house. That was a huge stack of cash under the bed, and that was the starting, and that was just the starting of the whole movie, the trailer of the whole movie that was going to follow. Later on, we found allegations of corruption and cash being found in several TMC leaders' house in West Bengal. We saw how TMC ministers went behind bars, and even TMC leaders like Anubrata Mondal in different scam cases, in different corruption cases. Now, as Priyanka Tibrewal was saying, 70 lakh rupees is quite less amount of money, because just a few days back when Jyotipriya Mollik was arrested, Jyotipriya Mollik is the present, right now as we speak, he is still now the present Forest Minister of West Bengal, but he is behind the bars, arrested by the ED. Now, even the ED is saying that even Jyotipriya Mollik at least conducted a corruption, what should I say? He was running a corruption of at least 1,000 crore rupees. That's what the ED is saying. So that 1,000 crore compared to the 70 lakh is very less, rightly said by Priyanka Tibrewal. But why, the question is, the opposition is asking why unaccounted cash is in Byron Biswas's house. He was the Congress MLA previously, he changed his party, joined the Trinamool, and then his businesses also grew a lot, as the opposition is saying, the local leaders are saying. And after that, this amount of cash stacked in his house and later on recovered by the IT department. The IT department is yet to give out all the details about the source of this cash and why this was seized actually, but it is for sure unaccounted, and Byron Biswas could not give any accounts for this cash which has been recovered.
Right. Kishle, thank you for the moment. So Kishle there getting us the latest on the TMC MLA who's under the scanner of the IT department, with 70 lakh rupees having been recovered from his premises. And here's a look at news in brief. Nawaz Sharif, who is eyeing a record 4th term as Prime Minister, said that Pakistan's miseries were not caused by India, rather by its own actions, while accusing the Pakistan military establishment of ruining the country's economy and democracy. Nawaz Sharif even lauded India's achievements in space and development.
इसका जिम्मेदार और कोई नहीं है सिवाय हम खुद इसके जिम्मेदार हैं। हमने खुद अपने पांव पे कुल्हाड़ियां मारी, वरना आज ये मुल्क तो न जाने कहां पहुंचा होता। हमारे इर्द गिर्द के ममालिक चांद पे पहुंच गए हैं और अभी हम जमीन से नहीं उठ रहे। तो ये इस तरह से तो नहीं चल सकता मामला।
Chinese President Xi Jinping, in his recent interaction with President Joe Biden, said that Beijing will reunify Taiwan with mainland China. Xi had told Joe Biden in a meeting attended by a dozen officials from both sides that China's preference is to take Taiwan peacefully and not by force, as per reports. Speaking on the India-US ties, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken said that the US has deepened partnership with India and has elevated cooperation through Quad. The United Nations Security Council postponed a vote on Wednesday in a bid to get US support on a resolution that seeks to facilitate scaled-up aid deliveries to the Gaza Strip. The United Arab Emirates, as the Arab representative in the 15-nation council, drafted the resolution and is leading the negotiations. Fighter jets of the Air Force recently attacked the operational headquarters of terror organization Hezbollah in Lebanon. Following the alerts that were activated in the Golan Heights area, 4 launches from Syrian territory were detected that crossed into Israeli territory. The IDF forces attacked the sources of the shooting as well as the military position of the Syrian army. Meanwhile, Baloch women launched a march towards Pakistan's capital to protest against abuse of rights and enforced disappearances in Balochistan. Thousands of protesters joined the march, demanding an end to forced disappearances in Balochistan. Heading into a very short break for now. Coming up on the other side, the latest in Pal security breach probe. Funding angle now under scanner by the Delhi Police Agency.
जब सेफ बैंकिंग के बिना हो हैकर्स के पास अथॉरिटी, फिर किस बात की साइबर सिक्योरिटी। क्विक हील, आज के लाइफ की प्रायोरिटी साइबर सिक्योरिटी।
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
इस पल को मुमकिन करने के लिए अबीर ने पहले से ही शुरुआत कर दी थी।
ये पल।
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब।
Now speaking on the drug smuggling menace, Manipur Chief Minister Singh expressed concerns over rise in drug smuggling across the border, adding that the state is doing its best in order to prevent the youth from indulging in illegal activities. Listen in to what the Chief Minister had to say.
The drug users numbers of youths is increasing day by day, around 1.5 lakhs. So the government has launched the war on drugs in the year 2019. Since then, we have eradicated many poppy plantations, we have arrested many drug smugglers, we have did whatever we can evidence. But that is today my appeal to the all the honorable judges and learned advocates that to keep vigils whenever and wherever any drug-related case comes, to seriously deal it and to help the ongoing war on drugs with this government. That was my appeal, so that Manipur as a gateway, we are also protecting and preventing the youths of the mainland India. Thus, as a gate, we are blocking here all the drug smuggling.
Alright, we slip in a very short break. Coming up on the other side, the latest on India Alliance strategy for the remainder of the session. Meet called at Khadge's chamber this morning.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब।
Very good morning. We are live on Breaking Republic TV. I'm Rashta Mishra with you. Let's start with all the top stories making headlines at this hour. Kejriwal on Vipassana mode, likely to skip the ED summons in Delhi liquor scam case today. Accused Manoranjan's friend detained in Parliament breach case, funding link under scanner. Republic accesses exclusive details of NIA's Islamic State Ballari module bust in Karnataka. ASI summits report in Varanasi court on Gyanvapi survey. Verdict awaited today. Baloch activists marched to Pakistani capital to demand an end to extrajudicial killings. All right, we start with some breaking news coming in now. DMK Minister Ponmudi has been sentenced to 3 years simple imprisonment and 50 lakh fine each to him and his wife. Now, this in a disproportionate assets case. And now, as per law, if they fail to pay the fine, they must undergo 6 more months of imprisonment. Now, judge has suspended the sentence for 30 days since he is currently Minister of Higher Education. So that is the big update we're getting in right now. Setback for DMK's Ponmudi. Now, what we know is that he has been sentenced for 3 years. 3 years imprisonment for DMK Minister Ponmudi in the disproportionate assets case. All right, my colleague Varshini is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Varshini, a setback coming in for the DMK minister and also for the DMK itself. What we understand, he will be facing disqualification now.
Well, absolutely, yes. If you see, this is a very important setback that has now happened for the DMK government, as already Senthil Balaji was a minister, is now serving prison time. The second minister, Ponmudi, is now again sentenced for 3 years imprisonment along with 50 lakhs fine for him and his wife. Both have to pay 50 lakh each, and this is in a disproportionate assets case from 2016. Earlier, the minister and his wife, who are the A1 and A2 in this case, were acquitted from this case in 2016, and this was given by special courts which hears cases of MPs and MLAs in Viluppuram district. And later on, this DVAC, who have been investigating this case, have gone for an appeal in 2017 when the AIADMK government was in power, and that time the hearings have been happening for so many years now, around 6-7 years now, and now we can see that finally Justice Jayachandran has given out this verdict 2 days back, when he said that he's going to reverse the verdict given by the special court. Therefore, he was a convict in this case, and he said the evidences and the proofs that were submitted by the DVAC were very clearly enough to prove that 1.67 crores of disproportionate assets were accumulated by the minister and his wife, which did not corroborate with the income and expenses documents that they filed. Therefore, the minister now is a convict in this disproportionate assets case, and therefore the judge has given out a verdict, and this sentence is about 3 years and 50 lakhs fine for each of them. And if at all they are not paying the fine on time, then another 6 months of additional imprisonment has also been ordered. And apart from this, 30 days of suspension of this order has given for now, since the A1 in this case, Minister Ponmudi, has a portfolio. He is the higher education minister. Therefore, as of now, 30 days of suspension for this order has been, this sentence has been given. And within this 30 days, we understand that they can go for a bail and they can go for a re-appeal in the Supreme Court, and that is why the court has given him a 30 days of time. Therefore, during this 30 days, if at all this case gets upheld by the Supreme Court, then the minister will lose his legislator post as well. As of now, he's been disqualified. This case comes under the Section 8(1) of the Representation of the People's Act 1951. Therefore, if a legislator is convicted, then they automatically gets disqualified. Therefore, we are given to understand that he will lose his minister post as well as MLA post. In the upcoming days, we'll have to wait and watch for that. Back to the studio.
Right, of course, he does face disqualification also. So what do we expect next, as you were pointing out? Because earlier we saw that the Supreme Court had dismissed the case earlier. But what is the next course of action that could save or maybe get some relief for Ponmudi and his wife?
Let me correct you. It was not the Supreme Court. It was a Sessions Court in the Viluppuram district of Tamil Nadu that hears cases belonging to special cases that pertains to MPs and MLAs. Therefore, that is where the acquittal came in. And now, when an appeal came into the Madras High Court, that is when Madras High Court has reversed this acquittal, and now they have convicted him and his wife in this case. Therefore, this sentence has also been given now. But what we can understand is that this Section 8(1) of the Representation of People's Act 1951 very clearly states that any legislator who have been convicted in any case will be immediately disqualified, even if the sentence is for 1 day, or even if the sentence there is no imprisonment, just fine, but still they will be immediately disqualified, is what we are given to understand. Therefore, what we are going to see now in the upcoming days is that an appeal can happen in the Supreme Court, and that could be a bail plea or an appeal in the case itself, and therefore we can go, and if at all this case gets upheld in the Supreme Court as well, if the Madras High Court verdict is upheld by the Supreme Court, then it's very clearly end game for Minister Ponmudi. He is going to be, according to the section that he is being convicted under, there is going to be suspension from his legislative post. The MLA post, the minister post is going to go away, and he will also be imprisoned for 3 years, and he will have to pay the fine. And according to this, after the imprisonment, another additional 6 years of disqualification to be a legislator would also be levied upon him. So we'll have to wait and see what is going to happen in the upcoming days as well.
Right. No, in fact, last month the Supreme Court had refused to entertain the pleas that were filed for the resolution of this case, to take up revision in this case. That is, of course, the Supreme Court angle I was talking about there. But thank you so much for the moment, Varachani, for joining us with those details on the broadcast. That is the latest. We have a setback coming in for DMK right now. Ponmudi has been sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment, along with his wife also. We'll keep a track of all those updates also. But right now, moving on to some other big story that we are tracking right now, viewers. The floor leaders of the India Alliance have announced a march from the main gate of the old Parliament building to the Vijay Chowk in protest against the suspension of 143 members of Parliament for the remainder of the winter session. And the demonstration is a response to what they perceive as the murder, quote-unquote murder, of parliamentary democracy in the country. And the suspension of a significant number of MPs has sparked concerns and opposition within the India Alliance, leading them to symbolically challenge this action by organizing a march to highlight their discontent and advocate for the restoration of democratic principles in the parliamentary process. Those are visuals coming in right now of that march. You can see the parliamentarians, the suspended MPs holding placards there. This is a march by the suspended MPs from the old Parliament building. You can see that old Parliament building in the background to Vijay Chowk. Senior editor Shravan Sen joins us live from Vijay Chowk, getting us all the latest and the latest from Ground Zero. Shravan, of course, right now we are seeing that it's a symbolic protest. They are suspended for the remaining of the winter session, and we are seeing the criticism that that they have in fact attracted after what happened in the parliament, outside the parliament complex, the mimicking and all the demonstration that took place, the ruckus inside the parliament, including that too. But this is a march that is perceived as a symbolic protest by the suspended MPs.
Well, in fact, as the fag end of the winter session, one aspect that the opposition parties have basically clung on to is essentially the fact that you have over 100, roughly about 143 opposition MPs, be it from the lower house as well as the upper house, being suspended. And that exactly is what they are saying is a reflection of how this government essentially operates. Let me just quickly give you a glimpse of what's really happening here. As you see the symbolic protest that is being carried out by the opposition parliamentarians, you would have representatives from almost all political parties, starting from the DMK, the Congress party, as well as the NCP, Samajwadi party, all of their parliamentarians who are presently here at Vijay Chowk and carrying out this symbolic protest. They largely say that the government has been fearful of the fact that they haven't been able to really come up with a proper report as far as the parliament security breach is concerned. Just to put this into perspective, how it all started. Remember, the opposition has been demanding that the Union Home Minister Amity Shah should be actually addressing the parliament, that too in the presence of the Prime Minister. And that is the reason why, remember, there were protests that were taking place inside the parliament, perhaps also inside the well of the upper house as well as lower house. That is exactly why the decision was largely taken that the MPs would be. Let's also listen to what Manoranjan Kharge has to say.
Of this government. BJP is saying that opposition is not in the house, at least the business is happening in the house, bills are getting passed.
अगर यही है तो सबको बाहर डाल के तुम अकेले ही करो.
टीवी इंटरव्यू में उसमें बात कर सकते
के बाद. Well, you've already had Manoranjan Kharge just responding to the questions posed by the media here at the Vijay Chowk. Remember, the opposition MP is essentially indicating two aspects. One, the very fact that this government has been fearful of the opposition, and the bills that have been now passed in the parliament or about to be passed, for instance, the criminal code bills which was passed yesterday in the Lok Sabha and is going to be placed here in the Rajya Sabha. Opposition says that let the government now pass all these bills without the presence of the opposition. You would essentially have perhaps a parliament virtually free of the opposition parties. That is the reason why, if you take a closer look at the placards that have been that they've been holding right now, they've all been essentially indicating two things. And one, the very fact that they say that Parliament has been completely caged, democracy has been expelled. These are some of the responses, these are some of the placards that have been taken up by the opposition parliamentarians. We'll try and also hear in from some of the opposition parliamentarians with regards to what do they have to say, because you would have every political party who has been representing here. Just take a look at the representation that has been made here, starting from the Samajwadi Party, the DMK. You have almost every political party who is present. We will try and also get you a quick response from some of them. Let's while we do that, while they are also speaking to the other media, you would largely see all of them raising these very concerns that it does not really matter whether the opposition parties remain inside the parliament or not, and that is exactly why
the high-level inquiry is going on. We are willing to talk about it, but the opposition is not. Prahlad Joshi said that the high-level inquiry is going on. We are willing to talk about it, but the
where did he say that? Where did he say that?
He said it in the parliament.
No. We asked the Home Minister, who is in charge of the security of the nation, what is wrong in that? The parliament is supreme. The executive is accountable to the parliament. They should respect if the parliament is not sessions, okay, they make a statement anywhere. But here we are all here. The parliament, the very big forum is there. It's an entity. They are not prepared to respect that. So people should understand what prevents them from coming to the parliament and making a statement and giving explanations. Even that sort of simple courtesy they don't have.
Thank you, sir.
Well, you do have, you already have the opposition MPs' responses now coming in, starting from the DMK. You have the Samajwadi Party also now responding to the very fact what they say is that perhaps the government today is largely running minus the opposition without the parliament. They also say that what is it that the government is exactly so fearful of, and why exactly are they essentially hoping that they would be able to run the parliamentary business without the presence of... I'll just quickly also... Joining us here, Mr. Wilson. Let me first begin by asking you this question, that the government on the one hand says that this was unruly behavior on the part of the parliamentarians, and that is why the decision was largely taken. And the very fact, as far as the parliamentary security breach is concerned, it is not the domain of the Union Home Minister, but rather the domain of the Speaker itself. It comes under him, and that is the reason why there was no need for a response really coming in from the Union Home Minister. Mr. Wilson, as a senior parliamentarian of the DMK, how do you really respond to what the government has been saying?
Sir, I would say that you can't say that the Speaker alone is responsible, because the conspiracy has taken place outside the House. Outside the House, 5 to 6 persons have involved in this complete incidents. They have planned for about more than a year. That is what the prosecution has submitted before the Delhi High Court. So for over a year, in 3 or 4 states, all ruled by the BJP government. And these persons' background also shows that they are from the BJP party. And the person who has given the pass also is a BJP MP. So therefore, this doesn't start and end inside the parliament. So you can't tell that Speaker alone is the responsible person. It is outside the House. So therefore, when the conspiracy has taken place outside the House and then executed inside the House, therefore the Home Minister, he is squarely responsible to answer for this. See, one part is the execution. That is a breach. There is a breach. So anyone who jumps inside the house, that too in Lok Sabha, when the Lok Sabha session is going on, certainly the MP will ask, what is the problem? What is the problem with the security? And what has really happened in this issue? And time and again, the minister used to come and make the statement. Take, for example, the Sri Lankan issues or the aggression issues. That particular minister used to come inside the house and he used to make a statement. But here, it has happened inside the house, and the conspiracy has started outside the house. What prevents Mr. Home Minister to come inside the house and make a statement? Why don't you take the MPs into confidence and tell them, like, this has happened, I will take action and I will find out who's the real person behind. Why are you fearing away? So, last time when the Manipur issue took place, the Prime Minister did not come. Now, right under everyone's nose, this has happened, and the Home Minister is shying himself in answering the questions. So, therefore, you can't find fault with the Speaker alone.
Mr. Wilson, we're talking at a time when very crucial criminal reforms are being brought in. As a senior lawyer too, I want to ask you this question. Minus with the opposition not being present today, these bills are going to be placed before the Rajya Sabha. Don't you think it is going to be detrimental for the country if the opposition is not present inside the parliament, especially at a time when the country is going to witness a criminal reform, which is going to be extremely crucial, which has been being demanded by several stakeholders, by several experts?
That is why I said you should not have suspended the Member of Parliament. So your entire intention is to suspend the Member of Parliament, move the bill and see to that the bill gets passed. The bill actually is against the judgment of Supreme Court. It is against the constitutional rights guaranteed under the Constitution. And if you see the powers of the police, it is like more or like a draconian law. And whatever that is said in the UPA, which is applicable to a terrorist, now it has been imported. And every citizen is going to suffer because of this law. So that is why they don't want the MPs inside, and that is why they have suspended all of us. And that is the reason they have moved this bill when the MPs are not there. So therefore you are right. The Treasury bench should have thought that our presence is important. They should have asked the Speaker to revoke the suspension and make the MPs to participate. Instead of that, they have seen to that we are kept outside the House and the bill is hastily passed. See, what is the purpose in having a bill sent to the Parliamentary Committee? Please tell me, who are all in the Parliamentary Standing Committee? The Standing Committee consists of no doubt certain lawyers and some member of parliament. Is that the whole system, criminal justice delivery system? You should go nook and corner of India, seek the comments of the stakeholders, the experts, the lawyers, association, judges, police officers, bank officials, because you are going to change a decade-old law. Of course, it is more than 30 or 40 years. So you should have taken to confidence of all the stakeholders. So the way they are rushing it shows that they have planned and seen that the members of parliament are kept away from the House and the bill is passed.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Wilson, for joining us on Republic TV. That was senior DMK leader also really coming in and talking about the fact that, the government perhaps did not really want the opposition to be present. We'll try and, get in some more word from the other opposition leaders who've been speaking to the media. Remember, largely what the opposition members have been targeting at the fact that why is it that the government hasn't really come out in the open and really spoken about this entire matter? What stops from the unit home minister to really respond to this? We'll slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll continue with our live coverage from here in the national capital as the opposition parliamentarians are now protesting about their suspension.
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब।
26 sportspersons, including star cricketer Mohammad Shami, who enjoyed a stellar ODI World Cup this year. Now, the awards will be conferred on the athletes by President Draupadi Murmu at the Rashtrapati Bhavan on the 9th of January. Here's a short report.
परफॉर्मेंस किया है और हर किसी को यही उम्मीद थी कि शामी भाई को अर्जुन अवार्ड के लिए नॉमिनेट किया जाए। पहले बीसीसीआई ने उनका नाम अर्जुन अवार्ड के लिए खेल मंत्रालय को सिफारिश की थी और आज हमें बहुत खुशी की खबर मिली। शाम लगभग 3:30 या 4 बजे के शामी भाई का अर्जुन अवार्ड के लिए सिलेक्ट हुए हैं और 9 तारीख को उन्हें खेल मंत्रालय से और क्या कहते हैं राष्ट्रपति जी से अर्जुन अवार्ड मिलेगा।
जब वो अवार्ड लेकर आएंगे गाँव में वापस तो क्या कुछ जश्न मनाएंगे?
जी, जैसे कि ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है ये भी कि हमारी भारत सरकार से शामी भाई को कि क्रिकेट में इकलौते प्लेयर को मोहम्मद शामी को इस साल अर्जुन अवार्ड मिल रहा है। वैसे 26 लोग इसमें नॉमिनेट हुए हैं और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि शामी भाई आगे भी टीम इंडिया के लिए ऐसे ही परफॉर्मेंस करते रहें और देश का नाम इसी तरीके रोशन करते रहें और आगे भी एक से एक अच्छे पुरस्कार उनको मिलें और हम यही उम्मीद करते हैं।
Nawaz Sharif, who is eyeing a record fourth term as Prime Minister, said that Pakistan's miseries were not caused by India, US or Afghanistan, but by its own actions, while accusing the Pakistani military establishment of ruining the country's economy and democracy. Nawaz Sharif lauded India's achievements in space and development. Chinese President Xi Jinping, in his recent interaction with President Biden, said that Beijing will reunify Taiwan with mainland China. Xi had told Biden in a meeting attended by a dozen officials from both sides that China's preference is to take Taiwan peacefully and not by force. Speaking on the India-US ties, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken says that US has deepened its partnership with India and has elevated cooperation through the Quad. United Nations Security Council postponed a vote on Wednesday in a bid to get US support on a resolution that seeks to facilitate scaled-up aid deliveries to the Gaza Strip. The UAE, as the Arab representative in the 15-nation council, drafted the resolution and is leading the negotiations. Fighter jets of the Air Force recently attacked the operational headquarters of the terrorist organization Hezbollah in Lebanon, following the alerts that were activated in the Golan Heights area. 4 launches from Syrian territory were detected that crossed into Israeli territory. Now, IDF forces attacked the sources of the shooting as well as a military position of the Syrian army. Baloch women launched a march toward Pakistan's capital to protest rights abuses and enforced disappearances in Balochistan. Thousands of protesters joined the march, demanding an end to forced disappearances in Balochistan. Time for a short break. On the other side, we get you the latest from the Delhi liquor scam investigation. Kejriwal is on a Vipassana mode. He has skipped the second ED summon in Delhi liquor scam case.
There's a way to open up a world of opportunities with the most reputed companies of the world. The way 98% of our students secured placement last year, with top rankings and coveted accreditation to show for them.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का
अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब।
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर।
संतों का
Kejriwal on Vipassana mode, likely to skip ED summons in Delhi liquor scam case today. Accused Manoranjan's friend detained in Parliament breach case, funding link under scanner. Republic accesses exclusive details of NIA's Islamic State Ballari module bust in Karnataka. ASI summits report in Varanasi court on Gyanvapi survey. Verdict awaited today. And Baloch activists marched to Pakistani capital to demand an end to extrajudicial killings. The floor leaders of the India Alliance have announced a march from the main gate of the old Parliament building to Vijay Chowk in protest against the suspension of 143 members of the Parliament for the remainder of the winter session. And the demonstration is in response to what they perceive as quote-unquote murder of parliamentary democracy in the country. Suspension of a significant number of MPs has sparked concerns and opposition within the India Alliance, also leading them to symbolically challenge this action by organizing a march to highlight the discontent. And my colleague, senior editor Shravan Sen, is joining us live from Vijay Chowk, who is actually getting us a sense of ground zero. Shravan, going across to you right now, tell us what's really happening and how is this march actually going on? Because this is, of course, a symbolic protest. The opposition continues to up the ante against the government as far as the suspension is concerned.
Well, in fact, you've had a symbolic protest being conducted by the opposition members, starting from the Congress, the DMK, Samajwadi Party, almost everyone are present here at Vijay Chowk. They've been speaking to the media a short while back. Remember, all of them carrying with them placard, largely hitting out at the government, saying that today the parliament has become caged. Democracy has been completely suspended. Now, those are the allegations that have been levelled by the opposition members. Now, this essentially on the grounds that you have over 143 of them being suspended. Remember, it all started with the opposition parties largely demanding that post the parliamentary security breach, which they say is of grave concern for the entire nation. What's important to point out here is the very fact that they've been demanding that you have the Union Home Minister addressing the parliament, that to the presence of the Prime Minister. They say that there is no reason why the government should not be taking that step forward. And secondly, they also demand that BJP parliamentarian Pratap Singh, whose name has basically surfaced during the investigation, and the very fact that it is his office who had issued the visitor's pass to one of the accused in this particular case. Why is it that the party has not really taken any action against him? Why is it that no FIR has been registered against Pratap Singh? That's the demand that has largely been made by the opposition members. Reason why you see most of them coming here and saying that perhaps the government is fearful of the opposition, and that is the reason why several of the bills which are now being passed, for instance, what happened yesterday on the floor of the Lok Sabha, where the criminal code bills were basically introduced by the government, passed by the Lok Sabha. Today it's going to be placed before the Rajya Sabha, and the fact that this is going to happen minus the opposition in the parliament. Remember, they are saying that for the first time in the history, you have large number of bills that are being passed in the parliament, that too without the opposition members being there. What is it that the government has been saying on this entire matter? The government essentially maintains that as far as the Union Home Minister is concerned, why exactly he wouldn't be addressing the parliament with regards to the parliament security breach, because remember, it does not come in his domain. In fact, the government has been saying that they have responded with alacrity. The very fact that you have an inquiry that has already been adopted, the inquiry would be looking into the reasons behind the security breach to begin with, and they say that the report is going to be tabled within a fortnight. This has already been entrusted to the officiating DG of the CRPF, who would be looking into this entire matter, the parliamentary security breach to begin with. And they said that there is no reason why the Union Home Minister should be really brought into the picture, primarily because it comes under the Lok Sabha Speaker. We've been getting some more reactions coming in. Let's listen in.
It really is a disgrace. In fact, just last year, one of the Supreme Court justices observed that in the absence of legislative debate, of opposition criticisms and ministerial answers, it was difficult for judges to interpret laws by understanding their legislative intent. So when
आज हम जो ये प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, ये प्रोटेस्ट सरकार के खिलाफ ये आंदोलन है। सरकार ये नहीं चाहती, मोदी जी ये नहीं चाहते, और सदन के मुखिया हैं वो भी नहीं चाहते कि सदन चले। लेकिन मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूँ कि जो चेयरमैन साहब ने एक मुद्दा उठाकर हम सारे संसद को उन्होंने एक तरीके से जातिवाद पर लाया है। अरे हम डेमोक्रेसी में बात करना हमारा हक है। हम चुने हुए सदस्य हैं और लोगों के भावना को पार्लियामेंट में बताना पार्लियामेंट मेंबर्स का कर्तव्य होता है, वो हम कर रहे थे। लेकिन यहाँ पर जो घटना घटी लोकसभा में, वही मुद्दे पर लोकसभा और राज्यसभा में हम ये उठाना चाहते थे कि क्या सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच कैसा हुआ, कौन उसके लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है और क्यों ऐसा हुआ, इसके बारे में आप सदन को बताइए। और सदन तो ये देश का बहुत बड़ा पंचायत है।
Right now I'm reporting from Parliament, and opposition march from Parliament to Vijay Chowk has started. Behind me are all the opposition leaders who are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk, and these are the visuals. With placards and the banner in their hand. Opposition leaders have started their protest, and this is the march where opposition leaders are clearly stating that their demand for HM to reply in Parliament is still intact, and they are saying that opposition is not going to stop. These are the visuals behind me. opposition leaders with placards in their hands where they clearly stated that 141 MPs are suspended, and now it's a time that democracy should be safe. And Manoranjan and all the opposition leaders behind me could clearly be seen with placards in their hand. These are the visuals of march from inside Parliament to Vijay Chowk. अपोजिशन लीडर्स इस वक्त मार्च में मौजूद है, उनको देखा जा सकता है, और जितने भी अपोजिशन नेता हैं वो इस वक्त मार्च करके जा रहे हैं। विवेक तनखा इस वक्त हमारे साथ है। विवेक जी, आप लोग आज प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, मार्च कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी कह रही है कि माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी मिमिक्री वाले मुद्दे पर।
किस बात की माफी भाई? हमने कोई गलती नहीं की तो माफी क्यों मांगेंगे? हम तो
So right now, more and more opposition leaders can be seen here with placards in their hand, where they are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk and stating that they have not done anything wrong and therefore they are not going to apologize. We are joined by more and more leaders right now. Marikam sir, today this march and BJP is stating that opposition is doing a politics out of it.
We are asking for justice. We are not doing politics. We are asking for justice. 150 MPs has been thrown out and we are asking for justice.
So these are the opposition leaders who are clearly stating they're asking for justice, and all the opposition leaders from Parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk protesting for their rights and stating that they have to respond. And we'll try to take a word, and this is Manoranjan also leaving for Vijay Chowk, as more and more leaders from Parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk, stating that is the time that democracy should be saved. Harsha Janwani for Republic TV.
To be with us on the broadcast. Shavan, of course, as Harsha was getting us, report from the Parliament, we're seeing that the march is now reaching its destination, and it's what we understand is that this face-off is only intensifying. But what does really happen after this? What does it really mean for the opposition and for the centre? Because centre is talking about order in the House and having a constructive debate in the House. But on the other hand, we have the opposition saying that there is a murder of democracy that is taking place, and there is no participation of the opposition that is actually valued when it comes to big laws, some major laws being passed in the Parliament is concerned. How does, the citizens of the country, how should they read this, and where does this really go?
Well, while at the one hand you have the opposition parties essentially saying that this is a murder of democracy, the reason being largely that you have about 143 of them being suspended, which perhaps is largest if you really look at the numbers. Back it was in Rajiv Gandhi's government when this essentially took place, and thereafter you have the number of parliamentarians who have been suspended. This was on the ground of what the government has been saying, unruly behavior. You have the chair essentially saying that this was completely uncalled for. The very fact that you have some of the parliamentarians who were essentially demanding that the Union Home Minister Amity School should be addressing the Parliament to begin with, and second, that should be in the presence of the Prime Minister. Now that's been the demand that has been made by the opposition members, and that is the reason why the protest actually began. And thereafter you had scores of parliamentarians from the opposition parties who have been suspended. Remember, while to begin with the opposition did take high moral ground on this entire fact that the government has simply muzzled the voice of the opposition, but what became the turning point, one would say, is also the very fact that you had Trinamool Congress parliamentarian Kalyan Banerjee who mimicked the Rajya Sabha chairman, that too in the premises of the Parliament, which remember the TMC has neither taken any, has not really apologized for it. They say that this is an art, number one. Secondly, they also blame the Prime Minister, who they say that the Prime Minister himself was mimicking a fellow parliamentarians, that too inside the Parliament. So where is the question of making any response? Let me also quickly get in a JDU leader also right now, sir. Let me begin by asking you this question, that the government says there is no need for the Union Home Minister to really make a statement on this entire matter because it does not really come in the domain of the Union Home Minister. What is it that the opposition parties are essentially demanding, given the fact that the opposition MPs are now out of the Parliament, that too on a day when India is going to witness a major criminal reform system?
Parliament security has been breached. There's been an intelligence failure. My party, the Janata Dal United, along with all opposition parties of the India Alliance, all we are demanding is the Home Minister should come and make a statement inside the House. Disruption has always been part of dissent. व्यवधान असहमति का एक हिस्सा है. ये लोग, when these parties, the ruling party, when they were in the opposition, they also used to disrupt. And today, they are running away from making a statement. And they're wanting to pass bills without the entire opposition.
But when the government essentially says that it does not even come under the domain of the Union Home Minister, how exactly is he responsible? Because this is, after all, the chair who would be responsible for the security of it. However, what the opposition members could have also argued on the fact that you do not have, there are vacancies as far as the joint security is concerned, that hasn't been filled. Rather than picking that up, you're cornering the government perhaps on the wrong foot?
When the parliament is in session, on the same issue, government spokesperson, Home Minister has been making a statement outside in all over the country. And what is the problem in coming to the House and making a statement?
And, one would argue that, of course, the opposition had a high moral ground. The very fact that you have 143 parliamentarians who have been suspended, we haven't seen this happening in the past. Of course, it happened during Rajiv Gandhi's government. But having said, not so many of them, but do you believe that somewhere down the line you lost the momentum with the mimicking of the Rajya Sabha chairman?
No, the government stands exposed now, having suspended so many MPs, 145 MPs, and the entire opposition unitedly of the India Alliance, we will be going to the people and will expose the government.
Thank you very much. That was senior JDU leader speaking to Republic TV, once again saying that if the Union Home Minister can make these statements outside the Parliament, what really stops the Home Minister making the statement inside the Parliament? That's the argument that has been put forth. But having said that, remember, the government has been maintaining the fact that there is a proper inquiry that is already underway. As far as the BJP parliamentarian is concerned, Pratap Sima, remember, he's also under the scanner. And the very fact that his preliminary statements was already recorded by the Delhi police when they had taken over this entire case, and now the inquiry that is being conducted will actually have to look into the lapses, and which the government also admits that this was undoubtedly a major security lapse. Let's listen into some of the reactions that are coming in.
फिल्म बनाना क्या शोभा देता है?
जारी है, आज भी विजय चौक तक प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है, क्या कहेंगे? इतने जो एमपी सस्पेंडेड हो गए हैं इस विषय को लेकर?
इस सस्पेंशन तो दूसरी बात है. प्राइमरी बात ये है कि होम मिनिस्टर, प्राइम मिनिस्टर दोनों ही सदन में है, लेकिन इतने ही डरपोक है, इतने, मैं डरपोक शब्द से और कुछ इस्तेमाल ही नहीं कर पाता हूँ, इतने डरपोक है कि हाउस में आने नहीं चाहते. वो कहते स्पीकर बता दिया, स्पीकर को बोल दिया, स्पीकर जो बताया वही फाइनल. हम मानते हैं कि स्पीकर हाउस में फाइनल है, हम भी मानते हैं, लेकिन ये जो मिसक्रेंट आए थे, ये जो लड़के जो टीम घुसे थे, ये टीम तो पार्लियामेंट के ज़मीन के अंदर से निकला ना, वो तो बाहर से आए थे. और बाहर में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर तो होम मिनिस्टर का है, प्राइम मिनिस्टर का है. अगर वो लोग यहीं के स्टाफ होते तो हम मान लेते कि स्पीकर ही फाइनल. तो स्पीकर की भी एक भूमिका है, एक रोल है, होम मिनिस्टर की और ज़्यादा जिम्मेदारी है. तो ये लोग जिम्मेदारी तो नहीं मनाते, पर उल्टे सस्पेंड कर देते, बात उठाने से सस्पेंड करते हैं.
ये तो एक अलग विषय है, लेकिन एक विषय ये भी है, जिस तरीके से उपराष्ट्रपति आहत हुए हैं कल्याण बनर्जी जी के, जिस तरीके से उन्होंने, मैंने
जहाँ तक सुना ऐसी घटना तो पहले भी हो चुका. मैंने जहाँ तक सुना, मैंने देखा एक लैम्पून जहाँ प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी जो अंगी भंगी दिखा रहे हैं, वो भी शोभनीय नहीं, वो भी प्रॉपर नहीं है. उसके बारे कल्याण बनर्जी खुद कुछ स्टेटमेंट किया कल, और आज भी करेंगे शायद. तो वो कल्याण बनर्जी की बात है, और हाउस के बाहर हुई ना, बाहर हुई। हमारे स्पीकर, हमारे चेयरमैन को दुख मिली इससे, एंड we also feel bad. But point is, it is Kalyan Banerjee who has done it outside the house, and it is for him to own up responsibility and for the ruling party to take a view. But along with that, remember, there have been severe lampoons. In fact, the reason why Modi ji lost Bengal in 2021, after 42 campaign meetings between him and Home Minister, the main reason, one of the main reasons was his city.
Well, these are some of the reactions that are coming in from the opposition parliamentarians who've cornered the government by saying that the parliament has been suspended, democracy has been murdered. Now, these were some of the words that were uttered by the parliamentarians here. Once again, raising questions about what was the need to begin with as far as suspending the opposition MPs. Just simply protesting inside the parliament, would that have been good enough for them to have been suspended? The very fact, if you really look at the numbers, that has been the highest ever that opposition MPs have been suspended in the past, and that is the reason why once again the opposition MPs is essentially harping on the fact that this does not really augur well for a democracy. Slipping into a short break. On the other side, news and updates continue.
अक्सर मन में डर सा आता है।
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब।
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर।
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब।
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा।
The upcoming vote on Gaza ceasefire resolution, United States Secretary of State highlighted that Hamas must stop hiding behind the civilians, lay down its arms and surrender.
What is striking to me is that even as, again, we hear many countries urging the end to this conflict, which we would all like to see, I hear virtually no one saying, demanding of Hamas that it stop hiding behind civilians, that it lay down its arms, that it surrender. This is over tomorrow if Hamas does that. This would have been over a month ago, 6 weeks ago, if Hamas had done that. And how can it be that there are no demands made of the aggressor and only demands made of the victim? So it would be good if there was a strong international voice pressing Hamas to do what's necessary to end this. And again, that could be tomorrow.
Time for a short break. On the other side, DMK Minister Ponmudi gets 3 years in prison in a disproportionate assets case.
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर।
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब।
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर।
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब।
As we look at the top stories, DMK Minister Ponmudi gets 3 years in prison in disproportionate assets case. Kejriwal on Vipassana mode, likely to skip ED summons in Delhi liquor scam case. Accused Manoranjan's friend detained in Parliament breach case. Funding link now under the scandal. Republic accesses exclusive details of NI's Islamic State Bellary module bust in the state of Karnataka. ASI submits report in Varanasi court on Gyanvapi survey. Verdict awaited today. Baloch activists march to Pakistan capital to demand end to extrajudicial killings and park atrocities. Very good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. We continue to be live and breaking. The top story we are tracking this hour is the protest being staged by the opposition leaders at Jantar Mantar. In fact, the floor leaders of the India Alliance have announced a march from the main gate of the old Parliament building to Vijay Chowk in order to protest the suspension of 143 members of Parliament for the remainder of the winter session. Now, this demonstration note is a response to what the opposition MPs perceive as murder of parliamentary democracy in the country. The suspension of a significant number of MPs has even sparked concern and opposition within the India Alliance, leading them to symbolically challenge this action by organizing a march to highlight their discontent and advocate for the restoration of what they call democratic principles in the parliamentary process. Now note, while there is a protest being staged by the opposition leaders at the Vijay Chowk, there is a parallel protest that is also being held by the BJP at the Jantar Mantar after the mockery video of the Vice President surfaced, in which TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee was seen mimicking the Vice President of the country, and all of this was filmed by the Congress MP. Before we go across to our reporters on the ground and Shavan Sen also, who's there at the protest site, listen in to that reaction that's coming from Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge on this massive showdown by the opposition MPs.
इंडिया पार्टी के सारे नेतागण और यहाँ पर पधारे हुए सारे मेरे मीडिया के दोस्तों, आज हम जो ये प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, ये प्रोटेस्ट सरकार के खिलाफ ये आंदोलन है। सरकार ये नहीं चाहती, मोदी जी ये नहीं चाहते और सदन के मुखिया हैं वो भी नहीं चाहते कि सदन चले, लेकिन मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूँ कि जो चेयरमैन साहब ने एक मुद्दा उठाकर हम सारे संसद को उन्होंने एक तरीके से जातिवाद पर लाया है। अरे हम डेमोक्रेसी में बात करना हमारा हक है।
All right, let's cut across to the live visuals that are coming in from Ayodhya. You see Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who is in Hanumangarhi, taking stock of the preparations that have been happening in full swing for the Ram Mandir inauguration that is slated for 22nd of January next year. And Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath offering prayers at Hanumangarhi temple. So these are the live visuals that are coming in. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who is at Hanumangarhi temple in Ayodhya, taking stock of the preparations that have been happening in full swing for the Ram Mandir inauguration that would take place on 22nd of January. Note that invites have also been sent across to all dignitaries to be present at the inauguration, the consecration of the Ram Mandir, which is slated for 22nd of January. And as we speak, you see the priests who are present, while Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath who is offering prayers at the Hanumangadi temple. Let's go across to Ajay Dubey, who's joining us on the phone line. Ajay, once again take us to the detailed itinerary of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath through the day, while we understand the Chief Minister is taking stock of the preparations for the Ram Mandir.
जी बिल्कुल, मुख्यमंत्री लगातार हर हफ्ते में ज्यादातर दिनों में कोशिश में है कि अयोध्या जाएं और इन तमाम तैयारियों का जायजा लेते रहें। इसी कड़ी में आज फिर पहुंचे हैं और हमेशा की तरह पहले वो सबसे हनुमानगढ़ी जा रहे हैं, दर्शन करेंगे और उसके बाद तमाम वो प्रोजेक्ट जो अब फाइनल स्टेजेस में है, चाहे वो जो सड़क से जुड़ा हुआ काम है जो कि राम मंदिर से लेकर जो मुख्य मार्ग है अयोध्या का उसके चौड़ीकरण को लेकर है, इसके अलावा एयरपोर्ट जिसका उद्घाटन शीघ्र ही होने वाला है, इसके अलावा मंदिर प्रांगण के आसपास जो बन रहे दूसरे स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं उनके फाइनल स्टेज के काम को देखने के लिए पहुंचे हैं। फाइनल स्टेज पे ज्यादातर काम है क्योंकि अगले कुछ दिनों में जो भव्य कार्यक्रम है उसकी शुरुआत होने वाली है। पूरे देश से तमाम श्रद्धालु लगातार अयोध्या में दर्शन करने के लिए अभी से ही पहुंचने लगे हैं और इन सब तैयारियों के बीच में महत्वपूर्ण मुख्यमंत्री का जानना है कि जो काम फाइनल स्टेज में है उन्हें वो देखना समझना चाह रहे हैं। इसके साथ ही जो तमाम अधिकारी हैं, जो ब्यूरोक्रेट्स, सीनियर ब्यूरोक्रेट्स, वो भी पहुंचे हुए हैं जो लगातार ट्रैक कर रहे हैं तमाम जो ये डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट है उनको।
Right. Ajay, requesting you to stay with us. Keep talking to us more, about the preparations that have been underway for the Ram Mandir, about the invites also that we understand have already been sent to the dignitaries to be present on 22nd of January.
जी बिल्कुल, जो आमंत्रण है उनको दो स्तरों पर विजिट किया गया है। विश्व हिंदू परिषद जो कि इस पूरे जो सृजन का काम है राम जन्मभूमि ट्रस्ट से जुड़ा हुआ जो है अपने स्तर पर साधु संतों को देश भर के आमंत्रित कर रहा है। इसके अलावा जो उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार है वो भी अपने स्तर पर आमंत्रण लोगों को दे रही है। तमाम वो लोग जो कार सेवा से जुड़े हुए थे, तमाम वो लोग जो साधु सन्यासी हैं, सनातन परंपरा के बड़े चेहरे हैं, सनातन मठों के, सनातन जो तमाम पूजा स्थली हैं उनसे जुड़े हुए बड़े चेहरे हैं, उनको आमंत्रित किया जा रहा है। इसके अलावा सरकार की तरफ से भी लोगों को आमंत्रित किया जा रहा है जो देश के जाने माने लोग हैं, जिनके जो मत हैं लोगों को प्रभावित करते हैं, तमाम उन लोगों को आमंत्रित करने का जो प्रोजेक्ट है वो चल रहा है। खुद जो चंपत राय है, जो विश्व हिंदू परिषद के पुराने बड़े चेहरे हैं, जो राम जन्मभूमि ट्रस्ट का मुख्य चेहरा है, उन्होंने भी ये जानकारी दी कि किनको किनको बुलाया। लगातार जो आमंत्रण का सिलसिला है राम जन्मभूमि ट्रस्ट की तरफ से वो तो पूरा हो चुका है, सरकार भी अपनी तरफ से लोगों को आमंत्रित लगातार कर रही है।
Right, Ajay, requesting you to stay with us and just to tell our viewers about these live visuals that are coming in. These are the live visuals from Ayodhya, where Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is seen offering prayers at the Hanumangadi temple. And as Ajay was telling us, invites have already been sent across from the Prime Minister to dignitaries from across the country, which also includes chief ministers, which also includes Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, Sonia Gandhi, among those who are asked to be present at the consecration ceremony of the Ram Mandir, which is slated for 22nd of January. Note that these invites have been sent across by the Janmabhoomi Tirth Trust for the Pran Pratishtha that would happen on 22nd of January. Ajay, if you are still with us, if you can once again take us to the kind of preparations which have been happening for the inauguration of the Ram Mandir in the month of January.
कार्यक्रम की तैयारी है, मैं आपको बताऊं जो तैयारियां चल रही हैं, लंबे समय का ये पूरा आंदोलन था, सैकड़ों सालों का पूरा ये तब था जिसे अब पूरा होने के बाद इस भव्य कार्यक्रम की तैयारियां चल रही हैं। खुद में राम मंदिर जिसका सृजन हो रहा है, जिसका निर्माण चल रहा है, शानदार इमारत, अलग अलग तरीके से देश भर के जो अपनी अपनी विधाओं के महारथी हैं उनको बुलाकर नक्काशी से लेकर तमाम काम किए जा रहे हैं। और इन सब जो मंदिर बनने की प्रक्रिया है उसके अलावा जो शहर का डेवलपमेंट है वो बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर किया जा रहा है। सरकार ने जमीनों का अधिग्रहण किया है, सड़कों को चौड़ा किया है, अलग अलग और भी मंदिर बनाए जा रहे हैं। इसके साथ ही जो पुराने मंदिर थे, चाहे वो हनुमानगढ़ी हो, पुराने मंदिर हो, उनको भी बड़ा किया जा रहा है।
Ajay, thank you for the moment. So we will keep getting the latest from Ayodhya. For now, shifting to more news break coming in. This one from the national capital. And as we speak, parallel protest that is being held by the BJP workers at the Jantar Mantar over the mockery video of the vice president that has surfaced. In fact, note that while the BJP is staging a protest at Jantar Mantar, there's another protest that the opposition MPs are staging over what they call unparliamentary suspension of over 140 MPs for their unruly behavior. But let's cut across to Akhil, who is joining us live from the protest site. Akhil, of course, a parallel protest being staged by the BJP at the Jantar Mantar. Once again, talk us through the demands being made by the BJP with regard to that mimicry of the Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar that was done by TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee and Rahul Gandhi as well, the Congress MP.
Well, absolutely. Right now we are standing at Jantar Mantar, and here the protest has been organized by the Delhi BJP team. I would like to request my Vijay to show you the visuals of this site. And here you see the BJP leaders and the BJP workers are over here, and they have organized this protest and demanding Rahul Gandhi's resignation. And they are saying that the act done by the TMC member, TMC leader, Mr. Kalyan Banerjee is derogatory, and Rahul Gandhi making video is equally responsible for them. For that kind of act. Right now I'm joined by some of the BJP leaders and workers over here. अच्छा मुझे ये बताइए क्या इस प्रोटेस्ट जो कर रहे हैं आप इसकी क्या डिमांड है आप?
ये जो राहुल गांधी है इसको शर्म आनी चाहिए. किस प्रकार देश के मंदिर कहते हैं लोकतंत्र को, मंदिर के चेयर को होस्ट करने वाले देश के उपराष्ट्रपति धनखड़ जी का किस प्रकार वो किसानों के बीच में से आते हैं, किसानों के बेटे को आप इस तरह के अपमानित करते हैं. एक लोकतंत्र, एक देश के मंदिर के संवैधानिक आदमी की इस तरह से तौहीन करना, पप्पू गांधी तो शर्म आनी चाहिए. इस तरह मिमिक्री को आप दिखाते क्या करते हैं वहाँ पे रिकॉर्डिंग. आप पप्पू है, पप्पू रहेंगे.
पप्पू गांधी उनको माफी मांगनी चाहिए. मतलब देश के लोकतंत्र मंदिर में इस तरह की हरकत करना कितने शर्म की बात है. और राहुल गांधी को शर्म आनी चाहिए. इस तरह की हरकत करके वो क्या करना चाहते हैं. मतलब
जिस प्रकार संसद के अंदर कांग्रेस के नेता राहुल गांधी जी ने एक टीएम के सांसद की जो टिप्पणी देश के उपराष्ट्रपति के सामने की गई, उनके द्वारा की गई, ऐसे सांसद और हमारे राहुल गांधी जो कांग्रेस के नेता हैं, उन्होंने वीडियो लेकर के जो अपमान किया है, ये अपने आप में एक लोकतंत्र की हत्या है, उसका अपमान है.
So there you see the protesters over here are demanding both the things. They are saying Rahul Gandhi is also equally responsible as much as Kalyan Banerjee, because Kalyan Banerjee was not only mimicking. Apart from him, Rahul Gandhi was also recording all those recording that video at that point of time. So there you see the visuals of the protest side where Delhi BJP leaders have arrived over here. Virendra Sachdeva, Delhi BJP state president, is also here, and apart from that, other senior BJP leaders are also here, and they have been demanding the resignation of Rahul Gandhi in this case, because as we all know that yesterday, after that when that incident happened, Prime Minister yesterday also made a telephonic call to Vice President Dhankar after the unfortunate incident. PM has condemned that incident. PM also expressed his concern in this matter. PM called that incident very unfortunate, and he further added that he was also at the receiving end for the last 20 years. So apart from that, Mr. Vice President also responded to the Prime Minister saying that these kind of theatrics by the Member of Parliament won't affect him, and it won't also prevent him from performing his duties and upholding the principles enshrined in the Constitution. So that's the latest update we have from the Jantar Mantar, where the protest has been going on, and the BJP leaders and workers are here protesting at the protest site and demanding the suspension of Kalyan Banerjee and Rahul Gandhi as well. Yes, back to you.
Right, Akhil, stay with us. While we understand, we can see the anger by the BJP workers is quite palpable. But if you can take us through the version that's coming from the opposition MPs when we talk about this mimicry row, has there been any sort of a remorse on part of opposition MPs, or do they still feel that there's nothing that the TMC MP or the Rahul or the Gandhi sign for that matter has to apologize for?
अनुसूचित मोर्चा के युवा मोर्चा के अध्यक्ष हमारे कई निगम पार्षद जिला अध्यक्ष यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं।
All right, I'm not sure if Akhil can hear us. Akhil, if you can hear us, take us through the kind of reactions that have come in from the opposition MPs. All right, we seem to have lost that connection. We will try and connect with Akhil again. But there you see massive anger that is quite palpable, with BJP workers demanding an apology from the TMC MP Kalyan Banerjee as well as Rahul Gandhi, who was filming the entire act while Kalyan Banerjee, the TMC MP, was seen mocking, ridiculing and mimicking the vice president of the country. So note that these are parallel protests being staged by the BJP, while on one hand the opposition MPs are staging a protest over their suspension. You see that protests are also being staged by the BJP workers. Let's go across to Akhil once again. Akhil, we were talking here about the kind of reactions that have come in from the opposition MPs when we talk about that video that surfaced where TMC MP was seen mimicking Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar. Any sort of a remorse that's come in or it's been expressed from the TMC or the Congress over such an act?
बार-बार सामना करना पड़ेगा। तो एक बार जोरदार नारे के साथ शर्म करो, शर्म करो। हमारे बीच में आदरणीय विजेंद्र गुप्ता जी भी उपस्थित हैं। जोरदार तालियों से उनका स्वागत। बहुत-बहुत आपका जय श्री राम।
Right, not sure if Akhil can hear us, but
if you see, I mean, right now the protest is going on, and the leaders from different corners of Delhi have gathered over here to raise their voice, to raise the protest against the unfortunate incident that has happened inside the parliament premises over there, inside Parliament complex. So apart from that, if you see, the political reactions have been coming up from across the party lines because of the constitutional post that Vice President carries, and it's very unfortunate that such incident has happened inside the Parliament complex. Prime Minister itself, apart from that, Rashtrapati Bhavan also tweeted, and at that tweet I read that I was dismayed to see the manner in which our respected Vice President was humiliated in the Parliament complex. Elected representatives must be free to express themselves, but their expression should be within the norms of dignity and courtesy. That has been the parliamentary tradition we are proud of, and the people of India expect them to uphold it. So that was the tweet basically sent by the President of India. So apart from that, if you see the leaders at the Delhi BJP level, and apart from that, across the party lines, people have leaders and the workers of BJP and other parties have been protesting about the act of Kalyan Banerjee, the way they protested and the way he mimicked the Vice President of this country. So that's a major concern through which they have been trying to raise, the protesters over here have been trying to raise the voice against it. Yes.
Right, Akhil, stay with us, requesting you to show us around and also talk to more of the BJP workers on the ground. What exactly do they have to say, and what are their demands when we talk about what really happened 2 days ago with regard to the disrespect that was shown by the TMC MP and Rahul Gandhi?
Yes, their demand is absolutely same. Earlier they were also demanding that the incident which took place is very shameful, and Rahul Gandhi and Kalyan Banerjee both should resign. And right now that's why they have raised this protest. And there you see, I would like to request my Vijay to show you the pamphlets over here. Here it's written over the pamphlet that Congress के नेता श्रम करो, and they have been protesting for a long time. अच्छा, मुझे बताइए आज का जो protest है वो उसमें क्या डिमांड्स हैं?
मेरी डिमांड्स ये है कि जो राहुल गांधी जो है, जिन्होंने इतना शर्मनाक वीडियो बना रहे हैं, अगर कोई हमारी पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता से गलती करे तो उसको मजाक बनाएंगे या उसको समझाएंगे कितनी गलत शर्मनाक है कि हमारा ये लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है, जिस लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में वो पार्टिसिपेट करना चाहते हैं और उसका प्रधानमंत्री बनना चाहते हैं, उसकी भी अगर आप मान सम्मान नहीं कर रहे हो तो क्या बात है।
राइट नाउ आई एम जॉइंड बाय अनदर बीजेपी वर्कर। सर ये बताइए कि जो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं आप लोग यहाँ पे जंतर मंतर पे, क्या मांगे हैं आपकी, क्या डिमांड्स?
हमारी डिमांड ये है कि जो लोकतंत्र का अपमान राहुल गांधी और उनकी टीम ने किया है, ही शुड फील इट। उनको महसूस होना चाहिए कि हमने गलती किया है। भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति का इस तरह से अपमान ये कहाँ तक जायज़ है, ये उनको सोचना चाहिए, क्योंकि आगे आने वाले साल में 8 राज्यों के चुनाव हैं, जिसमें लोकसभा का चुनाव भी है। उसमें क्या मुँह लेकर ये लोग जाएंगे? विपक्ष की एक बहुत अच्छी एक मर्यादा होती है, जो हम भी पिछले 60 साल से विपक्ष में रहे हैं। हमने एक आदर्श विपक्ष की भूमिका निभाई है, तो इनको भी ऐसी भूमिका निभानी चाहिए। भविष्य में जो क्या होगा ये तो समय ही बताएगा, लेकिन इनकी मर्यादा अमर्यादित थी और इस तरह से जो नेतृत्व विहीन ये पार्टी हो गई है, उसके नेतृत्व में या तो नेतृत्व परिवर्तन करें या अपना बिहेवियर सही करें। ये हमारा मैसेज देने की अनुकंपा है।
ओबीसी मोर्चा के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष यादव जी, हमारे निगम पार्षद और पूर्व उपाध्यक्ष
क्या मांगे आप?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की
जो देश के सर्वोच्च नेता है, आदरणीय महामना राष्ट्रपति जी हुए, उपराष्ट्रपति जी हुए, प्रधानमंत्री हुए, एक जो अपने आप को प्रधानमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं, ऐसे नेता उन्हीं नेताओं का जब अपमान करते हैं तो ये देश बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा। यही हमारी मांग है।
The demands are pretty simple, that they want the apology from Rahul Gandhi and Kalyan Banerjee as well, because one was mimicking the act and another one was recording that video. So right now the protest will continue. We have been speaking to some of the BJP workers over here. They have been saying this protest will continue for a long time. सर ये बताइए मुझे कि जो प्रोटेस्ट है आपका, ये कब तक चलेगा?
Your question again.
कब तक चलेगा प्रोटेस्ट जो है आपका, ये कब तक चलेगा?
ये चलेगा जब तक वो नहीं मानते। जब तक
क्या मांगे हैं सर आप?
जब तक राहुल गांधी एंड पार्टी माफिया नहीं मांगेगी, तब तक हम लोग इसी तरह के धरने करते रहेंगे।
क्या डिमांड्स है सर आपकी? सर
भाई, ये लोकतंत्र के मंदिर की उन्होंने बड़ी ही भर्सनास पूर्वक जो है उन्होंने वो किया हुआ है। ऐसे लोगों को इस पार्टी में लोकतंत्र में घुसने का अधिकार नहीं मिलना चाहिए। उनको लोकतंत्र से बाहर से संसद से निकाल के बाहर कर देना चाहिए। हम लोग सब लोग इकट्ठे इसीलिए हुए हैं कि उनको संसद से बर्खास्त कर दिया जाए।
So there you see, they are demanding suspension of Rahul Gandhi as well as Kalyan Banerjee from the parliament. Yes.
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India. The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर।
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब।
Here's a look at news in brief from across the country ahead of the ASI survey report release. The Muslim side has appealed to the court to not make the report public. Note that the court has fixed a date for today to open the sealed report and submit its copies to the advocate of either side. The Muslim side has pleaded before the court not to make the survey report public.
चूंकि ये मामला ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चल चुका है, सुनवाई ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसमें स्पष्ट कहा था कि सील बंद लिफाफे में इसको दाखिल न किया जाए और ये सारी रिपोर्ट खुले तौर पर जो है कोर्ट में पेश किया जाए।
In the latest on Parliament security breach probe, a confrontation of all 6 accused was done yesterday to corroborate whether the sequence of events shared by each of them matches. Note that all 6 were kept at 5 different units of Delhi Police Special Cell where they underwent sustained interrogation. They were even handed over to Counter Intel Unit Office of Special Cell where they faced a joint interrogation. As crackdown on Rohingyas illegally taking shelter in India continues, the police investigation reveals 18 Rohingyas married locals in JNK to get Indian national identity cards. All 6 Rohingyas who married locals have been arrested along with their husbands. Kerala reported 300 new active cases of COVID-19 and 3 deaths in the last 24 hours. With this, the total number of active cases of COVID-19 in the country is above 2,600 mark. In wake of rise in COVID cases in neighbouring state Kerala, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah would hold COVID control meet today. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will hold a meeting with Health Department in Bengaluru where strict action to control COVID is expected to be taken. Meanwhile, the Indian Navy Ground and Aerial Rescue Team as well as the NDRF teams have been carrying out relief work in Tamil Nadu as several people still remain stranded in Tamil Nadu's southern districts. The Office of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on Wednesday assured that the centre will be providing all possible assistance to Tamil Nadu in wake of incessant rains. We head into a very short break. Coming up on the other side, the latest on Liquorgate probe. Kejriwal heads for Vipassana tour to skip ED summons in the national capital in Liquorgate case.
There's a way to open up a world of opportunities with the most reputed companies of the world.
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs. A testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब।
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs. A testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब,
देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब।
Very good afternoon. It's 12:30. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. We continue to be live and breaking. A lot of action happening in the national capital, where on one hand the opposition MPs are staging a protest over the suspension. The BJP has also taken to streets over Vice President's mimicry and the insult by the TMC MP as well as Rahul Gandhi. We'll get you the latest. First up, the top headlines at 12:30. DMK Minister Ponmudi gets 3 years in prison in disproportionate assets case. Kejriwal on Vipassana mode to skip ED summons in Liquorgate case. Accused Manoranjan's friend detained in Parliament breach case, funding link now under the scanner. Republic accesses exclusive details of NI's Islamic State Bellary module bust in the state of Karnataka. ASI submits report in Varanasi court on Gyanvapi survey, verdict awaited today. Massive anger in Balochistan. Baloch activists marched to Pak capital to demand end to extrajudicial killings and Pak atrocities. All right, let's cut across to the news break that's coming in. This one in relation to DMK Minister Ponmudi, who's been sentenced to 3 years imprisonment and 50 lakhs fine that's been imposed on him as well as his wife. Now note that this is in relation to the disproportionate assets case, and the action that's been initiated is that he's been sentenced, beg your pardon, to 3 years imprisonment. Also, more details coming in, a source-based information that DMK Minister Ponmudi's portfolio will now be handed over to Minister Raja Kannappan. We have Varshini getting us that news break. Varshini, that of course is a massive setback for the DMK Minister Ponmudi, who's been sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. But details also coming in that his portfolio is all set to be given to Minister Raja Kannappan.
Well, Samiksha, if you see, this is definitely a very important turn of events that has taken place in the state of Tamil Nadu, particularly Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's cabinet, the second minister to be suspended from the cabinet. I mean, not exactly suspended, but he's still, the portfolios are being changed. The government has not acknowledged to the fact about how whether he will be disqualified immediately or not. But according to the case we are looking at is that it falls under the Section 8(1) of the Representation of People's Act 1951, which clearly states that once conviction happens to a legislator, they will be immediately disqualified from their position in the Legislative Assembly. Therefore, that is what is expected to happen. But at the same time, we understand that there is a 30 days suspension of the order, the sentence that the High Court of Madras has given out. Therefore, in this 30 days, we can expect for a appeal in the Supreme Court or a bail plea that will also be taken forward by the legal team of Minister Ponmudi. But at the same time, since all these legal procedures are yet to be done, the minister's portfolio is now being handed over to another minister, is what we are hearing from our sources in the Chief Minister's office. So we are able to understand that Minister Raja Kannappan, who is currently handling the backward class welfare portfolio, is the one who will be having additional responsibility of taking over the higher education ministry that was earlier held by Minister Ponmudi. Therefore, since the Justice Jayachandran, who pronounced the sentence today, also stated about how this 30 days time period is being given to the minister because he is holding a ministry, if the immediate transfer of the ministry is also being done, now we understand that the Chief Minister has written a letter to Governor R.N. Ravi to immediately give assent to the change of portfolios from one minister to the other. Therefore, once Governor gives his approval, this will be officially informed to the people, is what we are able to understand from now. But as of now, what we are given to understand is that this is a very important case, and 3 years imprisonment has been given to Minister Ponmudi, who is A1 in this disproportionate assets case, and A2, who is his wife Visalakshi. Each of them have to pay rupees 50 lakhs as fine to the court. Therefore, we'll have to wait and see what is going to happen in the upcoming days, what kind of legal action that the minister and his team of legal advisories are going to take up. But for now, this is the scenario right now in Tamil Nadu, Samiksha.
Right. Yes, Varshini, requesting you to stay with us. As we understand, he's the second minister who's been sent to jail. First, of course, was Senthil Balaji, and the second, Ponmudi. If you can once again take us through the details of this disproportionate case for which he's been sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. But before we go across to Varshini again, let's go across to Kovai Satyan of the AIADMK joining us. Mr. Satyan, good afternoon. Your first response to another minister in DMK regime who's been sentenced to imprisonment. He's none other than Ponmudi, who's been sentenced to 3 years imprisonment in disproportionate assets case.
This is not only the D-Day of Ponmudi, this signals the D-Day of DMK. The downfall of DMK has started in Tamil Nadu. And all credit goes to our leader, Purchi Televi Amma, who framed and pressed charges against this corrupt minister. Not only Ponmudi, 12 more ministers are there. If justice were to be served, all the other 12 ministers will also be shown the prison. And it indicates that DMK, his cabinet and ministers and MLA are tainted with corruption, and they swindle crores and crores of public money for their benefit.
All right, we leave it at that. So Kovai Satyan of the AIADMK saying that the whole party is smeared in corruption. This, of course, after second minister in DMK regime has been convicted. He's been sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. Let's go across to Varshini once again. Varshini, for our viewers who are just tuning in, if you can give us the details of this disproportionate assets case for which Ponmudi has been sentenced to 3 years imprisonment.
Well, definitely, yes, Samiksha. This is a disproportionate assets case that was filed in 2016 when he was a minister from 2006 to 11. The assets that was produced as did not corroborate with the income and the expenses, the details that were submitted by Minister Ponmudi. Therefore, in 2010 until 2010, there was a disproportionate assets of 2.75 crores.
Right. Varshini, I'll just come back to you. Let's take a word from Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP also joining us. Mr. Poonawalla, your first reaction. Second minister in DMK regime to have been sentenced to imprisonment. What do you make of this corruption scandal in which the DMK minister is embroiled in?
Today, DMK means dirty money kiska. There is so much dirty money of Bhashtachar in DMK. Senthil Balaji not getting bail from Supreme Court. High Court has convicted Ponmudi. By the way, Ponmudi is the same person who said Sanatan Samapti is a Indi alliance issue. Now look, the entire Indi alliance, the common glue, the Fevicol is corruption. Lalu Prasad convicted. Congress party, Dheeraj Sahu, National Health scam, we have seen all of that. Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh scams, we've seen. Kejriwal, Sharab Ghotala and corruption, he's running away from ED. And now DMK is in corruption. By the way, Arvind Kejriwal had come to power saying that he will not stand against corruption. So where is he now? He himself is running away from the corruption issues that he is facing. So this is the charitra of India Alliance. They are all corrupt people. They have all come for corruption and commission. No mission, no vision, only corruption.
All right, we leave it at that. So BJP Shehzad Poonawalla saying that the DMK is smeared in corruption, something which has been stated by AIADMK as well. Let's go across to Varshini again. Varshini, sorry to have interrupted you earlier. Once again, if you can take us through the details of the disproportionate assets case for which Ponmudi has been sentenced to 3 years imprisonment.
Well, like I was mentioning, Samiksha, this is a disproportionate assets case from the past. It was initially, if you see, the case was, he was given an acquittal in the year 2016 and he was relieved from this case, both him and his wife. But later on, the DVAC, that is the Directorate of Vigilance and Anti-Corruption, who are investigating this matter, had gone for a re-appeal into the year 2017. And right from 2017, the hearings have been happening in the Madras High Court constantly. And the final hearings were heard last month. On November 27th was the last day of hearings and the orders were reserved, and on 19th, 2 days ago, Justice Jayachandran gave his order. He reversed the acquittal. He stated that there were enough evidences to prove that 1.67 crores of assets was accumulated by both the minister and his wife, who are the A1 and A2 in this case, which is disproportionate to the evidences of income and expenses that they have submitted. Therefore, that is why this is a valid case and he cannot be acquitted, is what the justice essentially stated on 19th of December. And 21st was the day that the sentence was said to be pronounced. He in fact said before pronouncing the sentence, he would like to hear the statements from Minister Ponmudi and his wife themselves. Therefore, they appeared in the court today morning.
Varshini,
and after listening,
right, I'll just come back to you again. Let's take a word from Narayan Tirupati, Tamil Nadu BJP leader, also joining us. Mr. Tirupati, good afternoon. Your first thoughts to the fact that DMK minister has been sentenced to 3 years imprisonment, second minister, of course, in DMK regime to have been sent to prison on corruption charges.
Yes, this is a lesson for the corrupt politicians, particularly the DMK ones who is ruling the Tamil Nadu state. And we have been saying that the DMK is indulged in a lot of malpractices, a lot of corruption activities. And now we welcome this judgment. And it is sad that Ponmudi's wife also has has received this punishment. Now the politicians should understand that whatever they do, their deeds will definitely be on their family too. It is really sad also, but unfortunately we need to understand this. But at least by this, people in Tamil Nadu, they should understand that looting the public's money will definitely lead them to the jail.
All right, we leave it at that. So Narayan Tirupati of the BJP in Tamil Nadu saying that DMK is smeared in corruption from top to bottom. So tracking the latest as far as this case is concerned, for which Ponmudi, the DMK minister, has been imprisoned to 3 years jail term.
अलायंस को जोड़ने वाला फेविकॉल शराब है। शराब का पैसा अलमारी दर अलमारी 3 दिसंबर को मतगणना चल रही थी और नोट की गिनती भी चल रही थी। 350 करोड़ से अधिक की नोट की गिनती हुई थी और वो शराब का पैसा था। कांग्रेस के एक सांसद धीरज साहू जी के घर से निकला था। वहां तो गिनती सीमित हुई कि 350 से अधिक करोड़ रुपए उसके अंदर हैं। और जहां तक केजरीवाल जी के शराब का हिसाब किताब है, अभी तक गिनती चल रही है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने मनीष सिसोदिया के बेल के समय, रिजेक्ट करने के समय बड़े स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहा था कि देयर इज एन एस्टैब्लिश्ड मनी ट्रेल। मनी ट्रेल है और एस्टैब्लिश्ड है, ये देश के सर्वोत्तम न्यायालय ने कहा। फिर भी आप अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की बेशर्मी को देखिए, आज भी भाग गए। 2 नवंबर को भागे थे, आज भी भाग गए। 2 नवंबर को जब उन्हें बुलाया गया था तो एक चिट्ठी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने लिखा था। वो चिट्ठी आप सबने देखा भी। ये चिट्ठी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने लिखा था। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने उस चिट्ठी में बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से लिखा था, 5वें नंबर पॉइंट पे मैं वो पढ़ना चाहूंगा। As the Chief Minister of the State of NCT of Delhi, I have governance and official commitments for which my presence is required. particularly in view of the Diwali festivities coming up in the second week of November 2023. उनका कहना था, उनका मानना था कि चूंकि मैं एक पद पर हूं, मैं एक मुख्यमंत्री हूं, मेरी कुछ जिम्मेदारी है, मुझे वो जिम्मेदारी निभानी है और इस कारण से दिल्ली में रहना मेरे लिए अनिवार्य है। साथ में एक और पॉइंट भी लिखा था और मैं वो पॉइंट पढ़ूंगा नहीं, लंबा पॉइंट है, मगर उन्होंने कहा था कि मिजोरम, मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़, राजस्थान और तेलंगाना में चुनाव चल रहे हैं और मैं स्टार प्रचारक हूं, तो मुझे तुरंत जाके वहां पर आम आदमी पार्टी को जिताना है। 205 सीटें शायद लड़ी थी और जमानत जब्त सब सीटों में हुई ना। हाँ, कुछ 0.5% वोट ऐसा मिला है, 1% वोट भी नहीं मिला है। इन 5 राज्यों में आम आदमी पार्टी के स्टार प्रचारक, शराब घोटाले के किंगपिन सरगना अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के प्रचार के बावजूद 0.5% या 0.7% वोट मिला है और उस कारण से वो ईडी के सामने 2 नवंबर को प्रस्तुत नहीं हुए और उनका कहना है कि मैं सीएम हूं तो मेरी कुछ जिम्मेदारी है दिल्ली के प्रति, इसलिए मैं अपना रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी निभा रहा था। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने आज भी एक चिट्ठी लिखी, ये आज की चिट्ठी है, जब उन्हें ईडी ने फिर से पूछताछ के लिए शराब घोटाले, जिसके किंग पिन है अरविंद केजरीवाल, जिसके मास्टरमाइंड है अरविंद केजरीवाल, करोड़ों करोड़ रुपए का गबन किया है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने, मोटा माल कमाया है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने, जब इस विषय में पूछताछ करने के लिए बुलाया गया तो एक चिट्ठी लिखी है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने। पहला पॉइंट है, on the eve of my departure for Vipassana Meditation Center, which has been widely publicized and largely circulated all over the media in the country as well as officially announced, to my utter dismay and concern, I have received the subject summons dated 18/12/2023 for my purported appearance in the person on 21/12/2023। मतलब वो विपासना के लिए जा रहे हैं, इसलिए ईडी की इतनी हिम्मत कि आप मुझे पूछताछ के लिए बुला ले। वाह अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आप कभी चुनाव के लिए जाएंगे, आप कभी दिवाली मनाएंगे, आज आप विपासना के लिए जाएंगे और इस कारण से आप गवर्नेंस में भाग नहीं लेंगे और आप अपनी रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से भाग नहीं लेंगे, रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से भागेंगे। अरविंद एंड अकाउंटेबिलिटी विल नेवर ट्रैवल टुगेदर। ए फॉर अरविंद, ए फॉर अकाउंटेबिलिटी। और अरविंद और अकाउंटेबिलिटी कभी भी एक साथ नहीं चल सकते। केजरीवाल एंड कर्तव्य विल नेवर ट्रैवल टुगेदर। कभी भी अपने कर्तव्य का वहन करना एक जनप्रतिनिधि का कर्तव्य है कि यदि उसने घोटाला किया है और देश की सेंट्रल एजेंसी उसे बुलाती है तो उसे वहां जाना पड़ेगा, प्रश्नों का उत्तर देना पड़ेगा। मैं एक बात स्पष्ट कर दूं, यहां विपासना के पीछे छुपने की कोशिश अरविंद केजरीवाल कर रहे हैं। कुशासना और विपासना साथ साथ कभी नहीं चल सकता है। यदि आपने कुशासना किया है तो बाद में जेलासना होगा ही होगा। ये जेल आसन के बारे में हम नहीं बता रहे हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, आप ही के 2 मंत्री सौरभ भारद्वाज और अतिशी मरलीना जी ने बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कहा कि हमें पता है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की गिरफ्तारी हो, ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट गिरफ्तारी होगी, जरूर होगी, और एक रेफरेंडम भी कराया कि अगर गिरफ्तारी हो जाएगी तो क्या तिहाड़ से सत्ता चलाया जाएगा या नहीं। ये तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने नहीं कहा, ये तो ईडी ने नहीं कहा, ये तो जिसने एफआईआर किया, एफआईआर तो सीबीआई ने किया था, सीबीआई ने भी नहीं कहा कि आपकी गिरफ्तारी कंपलसरीली होगी। आप लोगों ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कहा, कॉन्फिडेंटली कहा अवश्य गिरफ्तारी होगी। तो आज हम कहना चाहते हैं आप अगर इतने कॉन्फिडेंट है कि गिरफ्तारी होगी, कुशासन करके विपासना करने जा रहे हैं, कुशासना एंड विपासना, चिंता मत करिए केजरीवाल जी, जेल में इन सारे आसनों की व्यवस्था है। विपासना जेल में भी कराया जाता है। भ्रष्ट मानसिकता दूर हो, क्रिमिनल माइंडसेट समाप्त हो, इसके लिए जेल में भारत के प्रबंधन है विपासना करने का। क्योंकि आप कॉन्फिडेंट है कि आप जेल जाएंगे तो वहां भी विपासना कर सकते हैं। इसमें कोई कोताही नहीं बरती जाएगी। मैं बताता हूं क्यों वो ईडी के सामने नहीं जा रहे हैं। मनीष सिसोदिया जी का तो आपने देखा ही है, क्योंकि अभी केजरीवाल जी को लग रहा है कि गियो तो गियो, मनीष तो गियो, सत्येंद्र जैन भी गियो, और तो और संजय जी भी गियो। सबसे इसलिए उपाय यही है कि भागियो भागियो भागियो, क्योंकि अगर वो भी जाएंगे तो गियो, कोई बच नहीं रहा है। आप सोच के देखिए, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के सामने मनीष सिसोदिया जी का क्या हश्र हुआ है। सूली पे लटकाया अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने मनीष सिसोदिया जी के हस्ताक्षर करवा करके। वो जानते थे गड़बड़ घोटाला हो रहा है, उनको लग रहा था वो सीएम विदाउट अकाउंटेबिलिटी रहेंगे, उनके हस्ताक्षर कहीं करेंगे नहीं, तो मनीष सिसोदिया अकेले ही सूली पे लटकेंगे। सत्येंद्र जैन भी गियो, मनीष सिसोदिया भी गियो, संजय जी भी गियो। इसलिए ये भागियो, किसी भी कीमत पे मुझे भाग जाना है, मगर कब तक भागियो, कित्थे कित्थे भागियो, कहां कहां भागोगे, कितना होशियार बन के होशियारपुर भागोगे, कहीं भी भागोगे। याद रखिए केजरीवाल जी, कानून के हाथ लंबे होते हैं, बहुत लंबे होते हैं। आपने घोटाले किए हैं, आपको पकड़ा जाएगा। मुझे बड़ा आश्चर्य होता है, ये केजरीवाल जी की जो चिट्ठी थी पिछली बारी वाली, उस समय तो हमारे पत्रकार बंधुओं ने भी बहुत ही शिद्दत से हमसे पूछा था कि नहीं वो आज मध्य प्रदेश में जा रहे हैं, उनकी वहां रोड शो है, तो अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस करेंगे। नोटा से भी खोटा निकला है उनका परफॉर्मेंस, नोटा से भी खोटा वो परफॉर्मेंस रहा है 5 राज्यों में आम आदमी पार्टी का। इसलिए ये बहाने देके भागने का काम अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी छोड़ दे। सत्ता शराब इंडी अलायंस का मौसम खराब, सत्ता शराब इंडी अलायंस का मौसम खराब, तभी इधर उधर भाग रहे हैं आली जनाब। वो सब जानते हैं कि जो सत्ता की चाहत में शराब की घोटाला किया था उन्होंने, और जो इंडी अलायंस के सहारे सत्ता में प्रधानमंत्री बनने के सपने केजरीवाल जी देख रहे थे, अब वो सारा मौसम बिगड़ गया है। इस कारण से इधर उधर भाग रहे हैं। सत्ता शराब इंडी अलायंस का मौसम खराब, तभी इधर उधर भाग रहे हैं आली जनाब। ये तो था एक फेविकॉल का जोड़ शराब का और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की भागने की कहानी। मगर बड़े दुख के साथ मुझे कहना पड़ रहा है कि जो अभी मार्च चल रहा है तथाकथित इंडी अलायंस के सदस्यों का, घमंडिया अलायंस के सदस्यों का, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया जगदीप धनखड़ जी के साथ जिस प्रकार का व्यवहार किया गया है, जिस प्रकार से सार्वजनिक रूप से एक संवैधानिक उच्च पद पर प्रतिष्ठित व्यक्ति का अभद्रामी पूर्वक अपमान किया गया है, दिस इज नॉट जस्ट अ पॉलिटिकल इश्यू। ये केवल एक राजनीतिक विषय नहीं है। भारत जैसे देश में यह एक संवेदनशील इशू है, इमोशनल इशू भी है। मेरे पिताजी भी उम्रदराज है। आज मैं अपने पिताजी को देखता हूं तो कभी कभी मुझे भी लगता है कि थोड़े से वो भी झुक गए, कंधा उनका झुक गया है। क्या कोई बेटा अपने पिताजी के झुके कंधों का मजाक उड़ा सकता है? क्या भारत ने कभी यह सिखाया है? आप सब अपने गिरेबान में झांक के अपने माता पिता को देखिए। किसी के पिता 60 साल के हैं, किसी के पिता 70 साल के हैं। हो सकता है रीढ़ की हड्डी थोड़ी झुक गई हो सकता है कंधे थोड़े झुक गए हो सकता है वो थोड़े बीमार हो, मगर क्या हम अपने माता पिता का मजाक बना सकते हैं? संसद की उन सीढ़ियों पर, वो मंदिर की सीढ़ियां हैं, वो हिंदुस्तान की सभ्यता की सीढ़ियां हैं, उन सीढ़ियों में उकेरा गया है हिंदुस्तान की कहानी। उन सीढ़ियों पर कोई आम व्यक्ति नहीं, उन सीढ़ियों पर जनता द्वारा चुने गए संवैधानिक पदों पर बैठे हुए सांसदों द्वारा जब वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया के साथ, भारत के उपराष्ट्रपति के साथ बॉडी शेमिंग किया जाता है, तो याद रखिए ये केवल वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया, उपराष्ट्रपति भारत की बॉडी शेमिंग नहीं हो रही है, उन तमाम बुजुर्गों की बॉडी शेमिंग हो रही है जो हम अपने घरों में देखते हैं। और एक बात मैं स्पष्ट रूप से बता दूं और कान खोल के सुन ले, जाटों के कंधों का मखौल उड़ाना मना है। हिम्मत किसकी है जो जाटों के कंधों का मखौल उड़ाए? ये फौलाद के कंधे हैं जाटों के। जब जब मां भारती की आवश्यकता रही है, जब जब मां भारती की सुरक्षा की आवश्यकता रही है, हमारे जाट भाइयों ने फौलाद के कंधों के साथ सीना तान करके हिंदुस्तान के लिए वो खड़े रहे हैं। इसलिए आगाह करते हैं, जाटों के कंधों का मजाक कोई ना उड़ाए। ये कंधे मां भारती के कंधे हैं और जाटों की रीढ़ की हड्डी कभी झुक नहीं सकती। ये वो रीढ़ की हड्डी है जो हम सबको एक करके खड़ा करती है। इसलिए जाटों की रीढ़ की हड्डी झुक गई है, इसकी मिमिक्री करने की कोशिश करना यह अपमानजनक है, आपत्तिजनक है, दुखद है। यह राष्ट्रीय शौर्य के साथ खिलवाड़ है। किसको छोड़ा है इस कांग्रेस पार्टी ने? किसको छोड़ा है इन इंडिया अलायंस वालों ने? कितनी उच्च विचार की साधारण परिवार से, आदिवासी परिवार से हमें प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया मिली है, भारत की राष्ट्रपति। भारत के राष्ट्रपति के रंग को लेकर मखौल उड़ाना, भारत की राष्ट्रपति को राष्ट्रपत्नी कहना, क्या चल रहा है? आपको जनता वोट नहीं देगी, आपको जनता हराएगी, आप अपना फ्रस्ट्रेशन राष्ट्रपति और उपराष्ट्रपति पर निकालेंगे, इस प्रकार की भाषा का प्रयोग करेंगे। मैं आज पूछना चाहता हूं भूपेंद्र हुड्डा जी से हरियाणा में, मैं आज पूछना चाहता हूं रणदीप सिंह सुरजेवाला जी से, खड़े होकर कहिए, खड़े होकर कहिए आप, क्या जाटों के कंधे झुक सकते हैं? जो लोग जाटों के कंधों का मजाक बनाएंगे, क्या उन्हें बख्शना चाहिए? डेमोक्रेटिक रूप से क्या उन्हें बख्शना चाहिए, या हमें लोकतांत्रिक रूप से इन लोगों को जवाब देना चाहिए जिन लोगों ने एक समुदाय विशेष के साथ मजाक बनाया है? यह प्रश्न बहुत गंभीर है। ममता बनर्जी जी ने भी, कल मैं उनकी बाइट को देख रहा था, उन्होंने भी कहा राहुल गांधी इज द वन हु इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल। राहुल गांधी जिस प्रकार रिकॉर्डिंग नहीं की है, वो केवल एक म्यूट स्पेक्टेटर और केवल फोन पे रिकॉर्ड कर रहे थे, ऐसा नहीं है। उन्होंने इंटरैक्ट भी किया है और कहा भी है उंगली उठाकर कि आई एम अ लोकसभा मेंबर।
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ।
Strong ties with India. Blinken said that US has elevated cooperation with India, Japan and Australia through Quad.
We've deepened our partnership with India. We've elevated cooperation through the Quad with India, Japan, Australia. The United States is more closely aligned than ever with the G7, with the EU, with other allies and partners on the challenges presented by Beijing. And we're working together to address them. We're deepening cooperation and coordination between NATO and our Indo-Pacific allies.
In a detailed statement, Blinken highlighted that the US partnerships in the Indo-Pacific have never been stronger. From trade and investment to defense, security, education and science, India-US bilateral cooperation is broad-based and multi-sectoral. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
कोल का स्टाइलिश पंखा सिर्फ हवा ही नहीं देता, आपके आलीशान घर के कोने-कोने में ठंडी हवा के झोंके पहुंचाता है।
कूल फैंस के स्टाइलिश डिजाइन से घर को सुंदर बनाएं। 5-स्टार BLDC कूल फैन से बिजली।
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs. A testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
वर्तमान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से।
Congress holds protests against suspension. BJP holds parallel protests against insult to Vice President. DMK Minister Ponmudi gets 3 years in prison in disproportionate assets case. Kejriwal on Vipassana mode, likely to skip Aide summons in Delhi liquor scam case. Accused Manoranjan's friend detained in Parliament breach case, funding link under scanner. Republic accesses exclusive details of NIA's Islamic State Ballari module bust in Karnataka. ASI summits report in Varanasi court and Gyanvapi survey. Verdict awaited today. Baloch activists marched to Pakistani capital to demand an end to extrajudicial killings. Good afternoon. We are live on Big Republic TV. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's get started with the top story we are tracking now. It's protest versus protest in the national capital. BJP is currently staging a protest at the Jantar Mantar in response to the condemnation of a mocking video that featured a TMC MP TMC MP mocking the Vice President. Demonstration follows widespread criticism of that video. This even as we see that the opposition is leading a protest to the Vijay Chowk against the suspensions. So we are getting more protest shots right now. You can see the MPs holding placards there. So those are, you can see Mallikarjun Kharge there. You can see many of the opposition leaders there holding the banners, Loktantra Bachao, Save Democracy, and holding placards as well. Remember, these are all the suspended MPs from the opposition who are right now sloganeering against the centre. These are the visuals from the opposition's protest. This started from the old building of the parliament, old parliament building, leading up to Vijay Chowk, and you can see those visuals right there. This protest kick-started right in the morning, and my colleague Akhil is joining us live from New Delhi. Akhil, of course, it's protest versus protest. A parallel protest, remember, is also being held at Vijay Chowk by the suspended MPs over the suspension meanwhile, we also have the BJP protesting against the mockery of Jagdeep Dhankar. The protest versus protest is what is being witnessed right now in the national capital. Tell us, give us a sense of ground zero.
Yes, absolutely. The protest has been going on since morning, and right now I'm joined by some of the BJP leaders over here. Sir, मुझे ये बताइए, ये जो protest है, वो कब तक चलेगा?
ये जो राहुल गांधी और तृणमूल कांग्रेस वालों ने ना जिस तरह से घिनौने तरीके से, घटिया तरीके से जो संसद का और हमारे उपराष्ट्रपति का जो अपमान किया है ना, ये इनकी आदत बन चुकी है। ये कंटिन्यू हमेशा किसी न किसी रूप में, किसी न किसी समय पर ये अपमान संसद का करते आए हैं, राष्ट्र का अपमान करते आए हैं। इस वजह से ये धरना प्रदर्शन लगा।
सर, आपकी क्या डिमांड्स है?
राहुल गांधी को इस्तीफा देना चाहिए। उसने जो व्यवहार किया है किसानों का, एक जाति के विषय और वीडियो बनाना, इस तरह का सुलझा हुआ आदमी और मजाक उड़ाए, ये हिंदुस्तान के संविधान को अपमान किया, उसे माफ़ी देनी चाहिए।
राहुल गांधी जी को कांग्रेस के लीडर बने फिरते हैं और उसका मजाक उड़ाया, और एक जाट नेता जो एक किसान नेता है उसका मजाक उड़ाया। उनको इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, ज़रूर देना चाहिए, क्योंकि इसलिए इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, कन्हैया ने कहा था पार्लियामेंट के बाहर कि जितने भी कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता हैं जो ऐसा काम करे उसको इस्तीफा तुरंत देना।
सर, ये जो प्रोटेस्ट है वो कब तक चलता रहेगा?
हाँ जी,
ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो कब तक चलेगा?
ये जब तक चलेगा जब तक राहुल गांधी जी इस्तीफा नहीं देंगे।
सर, ये जो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं आप लोग, क्या क्या मांगे हैं?
हमारी मांगे हैं कि राहुल गांधी इस्तीफा दे, उसके अध्यक्ष पद के जो मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे हैं वे इस्तीफा दें, क्योंकि वे पूरी तरह से जिम्मेवार हैं लोकतंत्र की हत्या करने के लिए, और जो संवैधानिक पद पर बैठे हुए हैं जाट समुदाय से आते हैं, ऐसे जाट का, किसान का जो अपमान किया है, हिंदुस्तान उसे नहीं सहेगा।
So there you see the placards in the hands of BJP workers, where it's written राहुल गांधी माफी मांगे, कांग्रेस के नेता श्रम करो, श्रम करो। सर, क्या मांगे हैं आपकी जो आप प्लाकार्ड लेकर चल रहे हैं?
मांगे जी, बेस्ट सरकार जो किसान जो इतने बड़े देश के उपराष्ट्रपति नेता का अपमान किया है, वो देश के नेता शर्म करने चाहिए, उनको माफी मांगना है। जब तक माफी नहीं मांगेंगे धरना करने।
सर, ये जो है आपने एक ब्लैक स्ट्रैप लगा रखना है अपने सर पे, है ना, ये प्रोटेस्ट का प्रतीक है। क्या क्या मांगे हैं सर आप?
जिस प्रकार से संवैधानिक पद पे बैठे उपराष्ट्रपति का मजाक उड़ाया गया है, और कहीं ना कहीं जगदीप धनखड़ जी नहीं, उपराष्ट्रपति पद का मजाक उड़ाया गया है, उसी के विरोध में हम लोग बैठे हैं।
ये प्रोटेस्ट ये है कि ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अथॉरिटीज का जो कांग्रेस और विपक्ष मजाक बना रहे हैं। विपक्ष के पास मुद्दे नहीं है, और वो उन्होंने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल जो पोस्ट पर लोग बैठे हैं, जो उपराष्ट्रपति तो किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का हिस्सा नहीं है। आखिर क्या कारण है? राहुल गांधी को बताना होगा कि वो उनके मजाक में शामिल हुए। सिर्फ यही कारण है ना कि वो एक सज्जन व्यक्ति हैं, वो एक किसान परिवार से आते हैं, वो एक जाट परिवार से आते हैं, तो उनका मजाक बनाया जाए। मुझे लगता है कि ये मामूली घटना नहीं है और इसको 140 करोड़ लोगों ने देखा है देश के, और देश की जनता कांग्रेस को इसका जवाब देगी।
जब ये घटना घटी उसके बाद प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी धनखड़ जी से बात की। उन्होंने कहा कि ही वॉज ऑल्सो एट द रिसीविंग एंड फॉर द लास्ट 20 ईयर्स, पिछले 20 सालों से वो भी इस तरह की घटना का शिकार रहे हैं, इस तरह के क्रिटिसिज्म का शिकार रहे हैं।
निश्चित रूप से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपनी जो पीड़ा व्यक्त की है, उपराष्ट्रपति जी को फोन करके जो बयान किया है, और लगता है कि देश के सर्वोच्च पदों पर बैठे हुए तमाम लोगों का, चाहे राष्ट्रपति हो, उपराष्ट्रपति हो, प्रधानमंत्री हो, क्योंकि ये सब लोग सामान्य परिवार से आते हैं, ज़मीनी हकीकत को जानते हैं, गरीब परिवार से आते हैं, इसलिए कांग्रेस के लोग जो सुपीरियरिटी कॉम्प्लेक्स से ग्रस्त हैं, सुपरमेसी से ग्रस्त हैं, जो चांदी की चम्मच लेकर मुंह में पैदा होते हैं, ये ऐसे लोग जो सामंतवादी लोग हैं, ये लोग देश के आम जनता का इन सर्वोच्च पदों पर बैठने पर शायद उसको सहन नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, और इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी अपनी पीड़ा व्यक्त की। और अगर प्रधानमंत्री राष्ट्रपति
मनोज बाजपेयी दिल्ली
दे दिया है, दे दिया रिपब्लिक,
एथिक्स होने चाहिए यार।
जिस हिसाब से हमारे देश का अपमान हुआ है, हमारे देश के उपराष्ट्रपति धनखड़ जी का जिस हिसाब से कांग्रेस ने अपमान किया, ये अपमान जनता नहीं सहेगी, देश नहीं सहेगा इस अपमान को। इसका उनको जवाब देना होगा कि ये अपमान हमारा देश बिल्कुल नहीं सहेगा।
The protesters over here have been clearly demanding apology from Rahul Gandhi and Kalyan Banerjee as well, and they have been saying that Mamata Banerjee, the Trinamool Congress chief, must suspend Kalyan Banerjee from the party. Yes.
Right, thank you so much, Akhil, for joining us there. That was my colleague Akhil Jamil joining us from the BJP protest site at Jantar Mantar, where they're holding a protest against various leaders of the India Alliance who, in fact, were complicit in mimicking and insulting the Rajya Sabha chairperson and the Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar. Now, as I was telling you, it's a parallel protest being held at Vijay Chowk by the suspended MPs. To the left of your screens is that those demonstrations, against the suspension of the MPs during the winter session. And also you have on the right-hand side of the screen, it's the BJP protest at Jantar Mantar. Let's take a listen into the reaction that have come in.
Right now I'm reporting from Parliament, and opposition march from Parliament to Vijay Chowk has started. Behind me are all the opposition leaders who are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk, and these are the visuals. With placards and the banner in their hand. Opposition leaders have started their protest, and this is the march where opposition leaders are clearly stating that their demand for HM to reply in Parliament is still intact, and they are saying that opposition is not going to stop. These are the visuals behind me. Opposition leaders with placards in their hands, where they clearly stated that 141 MPs are suspended, and now it's a time that democracy should be safe. And Manoranjan and all the opposition leaders behind me could clearly be seen with placards in their hand. These are the visuals of march from inside Parliament to Vijay Chowk. अपोजिशन लीडर्स इस वक्त मार्च में मौजूद है, उनको देखा जा सकता है, और जितने भी अपोजिशन नेता हैं वो इस वक्त मार्च करके जा रहे हैं। विवेक तनखा इस वक्त हमारे साथ है। विवेक जी, आप लोग आज प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, मार्च कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी कह रही है कि माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी मिमिक्री वाले मुद्दे पर।
किस बात की माफी भाई? हमने कोई गलती नहीं की तो माफी क्यों मांगेंगे? हम तो
So right now, more and more opposition leaders can be seen here with placards in their hand, where they are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk and stating that they have not done anything wrong, and therefore they are not going to apologize. We are joined by more and more leaders right now. Marikam sir, today this march and BJP stating that opposition is doing a politics out of it.
We are asking for justice. We are not doing politics. We are asking for justice. 150 MPs has been thrown out, and we are asking for justice.
So these are the opposition leaders who are clearly stating they're asking for justice, and all the opposition leaders from parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk protesting for their rights and stating that they have to respond. And we'll try to take a word, and this is Manoranjan also leaving for Vijay Chowk, as more and more leaders from parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk, stating that is the time that democracy should be saved. Harsha Janwani for Republic TV.
इंडिया पार्टी के सारे नेतागण और यहाँ पर पधारे हुए सारे मेरे मीडिया के दोस्तों, आज हम जो ये प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, ये प्रोटेस्ट सरकार के खिलाफ ये आंदोलन है। सरकार ये नहीं चाहती, मोदी जी ये नहीं चाहते, और सदन के मुखिया है वो भी नहीं चाहते कि सदन चले। लेकिन मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूँ कि जो चेयरमैन साहब ने एक मुद्दा उठाकर हम सारे संसद को उन्होंने एक तरीके से जातिवाद पर लाया है। अरे हम डेमोक्रेसी में बात करना हमारा हक है। हम चुने हुए सदस्य हैं और लोगों के भावना को पार्लियामेंट में बताना पार्लियामेंट मेंबर्स का कर्तव्य होता है, वो हम कर रहे थे। लेकिन यहाँ पर जो घटना घटी लोकसभा में, वही मुद्दे पर लोकसभा और राज्यसभा में हम ये उठाना चाहते थे कि क्या सिक्योरिटी ब्रीच कैसा हुआ, कौन उसके लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है और क्यों ऐसा हुआ, इसके बारे में आप सदन को बताइए। और सदन तो ये देश का बहुत बड़ा पंचायत है।
सदस्यों का निलंबन 143 भारत के इतिहास में कभी नहीं हुआ, और अगर ये हुआ है तो शर्म आनी चाहिए भाजपा को, जिसने इतिहास को कलंकित कर दिया। हम महंगाई के बारे में न बोल सकें, बेरोजगारी के बारे में न बोल सकें, भ्रष्टाचार के बारे में न बोल सकें, किसानों की आवाज़ न उठा सकें। इसलिए अगर वहाँ से हमको निष्कासित कर दिया जाए तो हमारे सामने विकल्प क्या है? हम क्या मांग रहे थे वहाँ कि इतिहास की एक ऐसी घटना हुई है जो कभी नहीं हुई थी। 4 लोग आते हैं, 2 बाहर प्रदर्शन करते हैं, 2 अंदर जाते हैं। सदन की गैलरी से, दर्शक दीर्घा से वो पहुंच जाते हैं हाउस के अंदर, वहाँ स्मोक बम चलाते हैं। तो मान लो वो कोई जहरीली धुआं छोड़ते तो क्या होता? तो सदन की सुरक्षा या भूतपूर्व शर्मनाक घटना हुई तो क्या गृह मंत्री जवाब भी नहीं देंगे?
ये एक एमपी को बचाने के लिए 143 एमपी को बाहर ये लोग किए हैं। इससे इनकी मंशा समझ में आती है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लीडर्स, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट कुछ भी कर लें वो माफ है, उनके लिए 100 खून भी माफ है। लेकिन अपोजिशन पार्टीज के एमपीज एक स्टेटमेंट भी की मांग करें, एक अपना विरोध दर्ज करने की कोशिश करें तो उनको बाहर किया जाता है।
नहीं, ये लोकतंत्र की हत्या है, संविधान का अपमान है। ये देश संविधान से चलता है और जिस तरह से 140 एमपीओ को निकाला है ये गलत है। मैं इसका निषेध करती हूँ और ये लग रहा है कि इस देश में इमरजेंसी है। हर जो पोस्ट होती है, प्रेसिडेंट हो, प्राइम मिनिस्टर हो, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हो, उनका मान सम्मान तो हम करेंगे ही, लेकिन हमको उसके पहले निकाला गया था। तो आप गलती ना करिए, आप मिक्स कर रहे इश्यूज। हमने पहले क्या किया था, हमें पहले निकाला था और हमारी गलती क्या थी? हम सिर्फ किसानों के लिए न्याय मांग रहे थे, ये हमारी गलती है और इसीलिए हमको निकाला गया।
Moving on now, as crackdown on Rohingyas continues, police investigation reveals 18 Rohingyas married locals in Jammu and Kashmir to get Indian national identity cards. All 6 Rohingyas who married locals have been arrested along with their husbands. Gursimran Singh gets us this report.
As Jammu and Kashmir police intensified their crackdown on the Rohingya and their supporters in Jammu and Kashmir, 18 Rohingyas have been identified who have married the locals in Jammu and Kashmir to get their Indian national identity cards illegally. The Jammu and Kashmir police, during the raids that have been conducted in the Jammu region across 7 districts, have recovered the Aadhaar cards, the voter documents and also the revenue records along with the bank passbooks from the Rohingyas, those who have obtained these illegally with the help of locals. And now 18, that includes 6 from the Kishtwar districts who have been arrested by the Kishtwar police, have been identified, those who have married the locals to get the identity cards and their national identity certificates, including the Aadhaar and other valid cards that makes them the citizen of India. Now, according to the officials, there have been 7 arrests that have been made from the Kishtwar for harboring them, and now the intensified operations are on in other parts of the Jammu and Kashmir. With Gaurav Sahani, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
Now, the preparations for the inauguration of the Ram Temple and the consecration ceremony on the 22nd of January are in full swing and have entered their final stages. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath will be among the few dignitaries who will be attending the ceremony. More invites are also being put out. Now, here's a detailed report from Ground Zero by my colleague Srishti. Take a listen in.
राम की नगरी अयोध्या का ख्याल जब भी आपके जहन में आता है तो आप भक्तिभाव से अभूतपूर्व हो जाते हैं। लेकिन अगर अयोध्या की विकास की बात करें या अयोध्या को वो उस दर्जा मिलने की बात करें जिस दर्जा का वो हकदार था, वो कभी भी अयोध्या को ना मिल सका। रेलवे स्टेशन के नाम पर अयोध्या में कभी सिर्फ एक जर्जर इमारत हुआ करती थी, लेकिन मेरे पीछे जो तस्वीर आप देख पा रहे हैं, ये भव्य निर्माण हो रहा है रेलवे स्टेशन का, जिसे राम मंदिर की तर्ज पर ही बनाया जा रहा है। ऊपर आप देख सकते हैं कि मंदिर का आकार आपको देखने को मिल जाएगा, लेकिन नीचे ये रेलवे स्टेशन है, ये कोई मंदिर नहीं है। आपको बता दें कि चाहे वो एयरपोर्ट हो या फिर रेलवे स्टेशन हो, दोनों को ही इसी तर्ज पर बनाया जा रहा है कि जब भी आप दूर दराज से एयरपोर्ट के जरिए या फिर रेल के जरिए जब आप पहुंचेंगे अयोध्या नगरी, तो आपको ये महसूस हो जाए कि आप राम की नगरी अयोध्या में पहुंच चुके हैं, पधार चुके हैं। और ये रेलवे स्टेशन आप देखिए कि अभी इसका काम लगातार जारी है, बहुत ही तेजी के साथ में काम किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि 30 तारीख वो तारीख और दिन निर्धारित कर दिया गया है जब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी यहां पर पहुंचेंगे रेलवे स्टेशन, और मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट का उद्घाटन जो है वो पीएम के द्वारा किया जाएगा। स्टेशन का नव निर्माण यहां पर किया गया, हर एक व्यवस्था यहां पर श्रद्धालुओं के लिए मुहैया करवाने की जो कोशिश है वो यहां पर की गई है। सबसे बड़ी बात आपको बता दें कि ट्रेन की जो संख्या है वो अब बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ने वाली है, क्योंकि दूर दराज से जो लोग हैं वो यहां पर पहुंचेंगे प्रभु श्री राम के दर्शन करने के लिए, और दर्शन करने के लिए उन्हें किसी प्रकार की कोई समस्या ना हो, इसीलिए इस रेलवे स्टेशन का कायाकल्प यहां पर किया गया है। तो जो कहा जा रहा है कि सिर्फ भव्य राम मंदिर का निर्माण नहीं बल्कि समूची अयोध्या का विकास होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। स्टेशन के भीतर भी मैं आपको लेकर चलूंगी, वहां पर स्टेशन के भीतर मैं आपको लेकर चल रही हूं अब, और रिपब्लिक भारत आपको दिखाएगा। ये बाहर की तस्वीर आपने मंदिर की तर्ज पर रेलवे स्टेशन की देख ली, लेकिन अंदर किस तरीके की सुख सुविधा और व्यवस्थाएं यहां पर हैं वो देखने के बाद में आप अचंभित रह जाएंगे, क्योंकि कभी भी रेलवे स्टेशन को इतनी सुविधा और इतनी आधुनिकीकरण जितना इस रेलवे स्टेशन का किया गया है शायद ही आपने कभी देखा होगा। और खास तौर पर राम की नगरी अयोध्या में तो श्रद्धालुओं का हर एक ख्याल इस रेलवे स्टेशन के भीतर रखा जाएगा। तो चलिए आपको लेकर चलते हैं। जब आप किसी मेट्रो सिटी में मौजूद होते हैं, मेट्रो स्टेशन पर या रेलवे स्टेशन मेट्रो सिटी की, तो आप इसी तरीके के एस्केलेटर का इस्तेमाल आप करते हैं, और ये आधुनिक व्यवस्था अब अयोध्या के रेलवे स्टेशन में की गई है ताकि जो आम लोग हैं, जो श्रद्धालु यहाँ पर आएंगे, उनको ज्यादा दिक्कतों का सामना ना करना पड़े, सीढ़ियां उनको न चढ़नी पड़े, इसलिए जो है एस्केलेटर की व्यवस्था भी रेलवे स्टेशन के भीतर की गई है। तो अयोध्या रेलवे स्टेशन को कितना ज्यादा आधुनिक बनाया गया है उसकी तस्वीर रिपब्लिक भारत आपको यहाँ पर दिखा रहा है। है। आप एक बार ऊपर की तरफ भी देखेंगे कि आप देखिए कि हर एक व्यवस्था स्टेशन की अगर बात करें तो ये किसी, आप ये समझिए कि आपको लगेगा कि आप किसी मेट्रो सिटी के स्टेशन में इस वक्त मौजूद हैं, जहां पर इस तरीके की आधुनिकीकरण वाली व्यवस्था आपको देखने को मिल जाएगी। संतोष आगे आएंगे और आपको एक एक तस्वीर अब हम यहाँ अपने कैमरे के माध्यम से दिखाने की कोशिश करेंगे कि 30 तारीख को उद्घाटन प्रधानमंत्री के द्वारा यहाँ किया जाना है और क्या क्या सुविधाएं और व्यवस्थाएं रेलवे स्टेशन के भीतर जब आप आएंगे तो आपको मिलेगी, वो आप देख सकते हैं। ये वेटिंग एरिया है जो यहाँ पर बनाया गया है। आप देख सकते हैं कि सीटिंग अरेंजमेंट यहाँ पर किया गया है कि अगर आपकी ट्रेन लेट है, आप पहले आ गए हैं, तो आप यहाँ पर बैठकर सीधे तौर पर इंतजार कर सकते हैं, वेट कर सकते हैं। पूरी व्यवस्था यहाँ पर सीधे तौर पर कर दी गई है सिटिंग एरिया में। और इसी के साथ जब आप आगे बढ़ते हैं तो सिर्फ सिटिंग एरिया की ही व्यवस्था यहाँ पर नहीं की गई है, अगर कोई इमरजेंसी सिचुएशन होती है तो उसके लिए भी इंतजाम यहाँ पर किया गया है। आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से जो प्राथमिक चिकित्सा कक्ष यहाँ पर बनाया गया है, यानी कि फर्स्ट एड रूम की व्यवस्था यहाँ पर है, जिसमें आप जाकर अगर कोई इमरजेंसी की सिचुएशन होती है तो आप अपना जो प्राथमिक उपचार है वो करवा सकते हैं। इसी के साथ में आप आगे बढ़ेंगे तो आप यहाँ पर देख पाएंगे कि इन्फेंट केयर जो है यहाँ पर बनाया गया है, यानी कि छोटे बच्चे उन्हें फीड कराना हो या उन्हें आराम करवाना हो तो जो मदर्स हैं उनको दिक्कत ना हो, जो पेरेंट्स हैं उनको किसी प्रकार की दिक्कत ना हो, ये कोशिश जो है वो यहाँ इन्फेंट केयर के जरिए की गई है। इसी के साथ में ड्रिंकिंग वाटर के लिए भी एक अलग व्यवस्था की गई है और ये लेडीज वेटिंग हॉल है। आप देखिए ये बोर्ड आप यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं कि अलग से लेडीज वेटिंग हॉल भी यहाँ पर बनाया गया है। इसके अंदर भी आपको हम लेकर चलते हैं और दिखाते हैं कि किस तरीके का इंतजाम जो है, ये सिटिंग अरेंजमेंट यहाँ पर किया गया है। अभी अरेंजमेंट्स पूरे होने बाकी हैं, लेकिन आप देख सकते हैं कि लेडीज के लिए अलग से वेटिंग हॉल बनाया गया है ताकि उनको किसी भी प्रकार का अनकंफर्टेबल रेलवे स्टेशन पर फील ना हो, ये कोशिश यहाँ पर की गई है। इसी के साथ में जब आप आगे बढ़ते हैं तो आपको देखने को मिल जाएगा कि अगर स्टेशन के भीतर आप हैं, आपको लंबा इंतजार करना है तो फूड प्लाजा का भी निर्माण यहाँ पर किया गया है, फूड प्लाजा यहाँ पर बनाया गया है। हालांकि समय के साथ में इसकी तैयारियां भी लगातार यहाँ पर चल रही हैं। ये फूड प्लाजा यहाँ जो तैयार किया गया उसकी तस्वीर इस वक्त संतोष आपको दिखाएंगे कि यहाँ पर भी पूरे अरेंजमेंट्स जो है वो खाने पीने के किए जाएंगे। तो ये वो तैयारियां हैं सीधे तौर पर जो की गई हैं यहाँ पर आने वाले श्रद्धालुओं के लिए। ट्रेन्स बढ़ने वाली हैं, संख्या बढ़ने वाली है, लोगों की तादाद बढ़ने वाली है, उसी को देखते हुए ये आधुनिक रेलवे स्टेशन जितना आगे आप जाएंगे इसी तरीके की व्यवस्थाएं और सुविधाएं आपको यहाँ देखने को मिल जाएंगी, ताकि लाखों लाख करोड़ों श्रद्धालु जो देश और दुनिया से यहाँ आने वाले हैं, जब वो अयोध्या की भूमि पर आए और वो प्रभु श्री राम के दर्शन करने के लिए पहुंचे तो उनको ऐसा महसूस ना हो कि किसी प्रकार की सुविधा की कोई कमी है। यानी कि पूरी व्यवस्था यहाँ पर की गई है। एक तरीके से कहा जाए तो पूरी अयोध्या ही अब नई अयोध्या हो चुकी है। आधुनिक जगत के साथ में, आधुनिक तकनीकों के साथ में इसे जोड़ने की पुरजोर कोशिश जो है वो की गई है। विजय संतोष के साथ सृष्टि पांडे, रिपब्लिक भारत, अयोध्या।
Right, time for a short break, viewers. On the other side, we get you the latest on the Gyanvapi case. ASI has submitted its report in Varanasi court on the survey. Verdict awaited.
In association with SERA, this is...
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs. A testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे
military establishment of ruining the country's economy and democracy. Sharif lauded India's achievements in space and development. Take a listen in.
ये कैसे मुमकिन है कि आपके जो है वो हमसाए तो आपसे नाराज हों या आप उनसे नाराज हों और उस नाराजगी के अंदर आप रह के तो आप दुनिया में कोई मकाम हासिल करें। आप अपने मामलात को हमें इंडिया के साथ भी ठीक करना है, अपने मामलात को हमने अफ़गानिस्तान के साथ भी ठीक करना है, हमने अपने मामलात को ईरान के साथ भी मजबूत करना है। हमने खुद अपने पाँव पे कुल्हाड़ियाँ मारी, वरना आज ये मुल्क तो न जाने कहाँ पहुँचा होता। हमारे इर्द गिर्द के ममालिक चांद पे पहुँच गए हैं और अभी हम ज़मीन से नहीं उठ रहे। तो ये सारे काम हमने खुद ख़राब किए हैं। अपने मुल्क को खुद आज इस नुक्ते पे हम लेके आए हैं, किसी और का कसूर नहीं है। ये हिंदुस्तान ने हमारे खिलाफ नहीं किया, ये को अमेरिका ने हमारे खिलाफ नहीं किया।
Republic accesses exclusive details of NIA's Islamic State Ballari module bust in Karnataka. Get you the details on the other side and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
The Institute of Directors is back with
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा।
DMK Minister Ponmudi gets 3 years in prison in disproportionate assets case. Kejriwal on Vipassana mode skips ED summons in Delhi liquor scam case. Accused Manoranjan's friend detained in Parliament reads case Funding link under scanner. Republic accesses exclusive details of NIA's Islamic State Ballari module bust in Karnataka. ASI summits report in Varanasi court on Gyanvapi survey. Verdict awaited. And Baloch activists marched to Pakistani capital to demand an end to extrajudicial killings. We start with breaking news coming in from Pakistan. Now, the Pakistani army has launched a brutal assault on Baloch protesters who travelled 26 days coming from occupied Balochistan, demanding the release of Baloch hostages who were assaulted by the Pakistani army. Now, several protesters were injured due to tear gas shelling. They were beaten up with sticks, and also there were water cannon. And what is the latest we are getting is that on ground zero the tensions remain. We are seeing that the Baloch protests, continue. The marches continue, and the latest we know is that the protesters have been allegedly attacked by the Pakistani army. They have been assaulted. Several protesters have been injured now due to them being assaulted by the Pakistani army. They are being tear gassed, and also water cannons have also been used against these protesters. That is the big update we're getting. And remember, there have been a lot of tensions in Pakistan. And my colleague and senior editor Shavan Sen joins us on the phone line for more. Of course, this is a protest that is only intensifying. And now, Shavan, we are learning is that the protesters have been attacked by the Pakistani army.
Well, in fact, this protest was organized by the family members and Baloch Yakjeti committee, which, remember, was from the Pakistan-occupied Baloch to Islamabad, is what we are being told. This was essentially to raise their voice with regards to the illegal abduction of a young Baloch activist. This was done allegedly by the ISI and the local state death squad that the Balochis call, that's the CTD, the counter-terrorism department. And the allegation was that this young Baloch activist was killed in custody on the 23rd of November, I beg your pardon. And Rakshita, we're given to understand that there was large-scale mobilization that took place in various cities. In fact, we have also accessed some images coming in from Turbat to Panjur, Kuzdar, Surab. These are the places where we're given to understand that there was large-scale protests that were taking place. And the forces were basically trying to perhaps get problems for the march that they were planning, because remember they had also taken public transportation to reach Islamabad. And importantly, it turns out that several Baloch activists have also been arrested by the Pakistani army.
Absolutely, Shavan. In fact, we've seen tensions in various such areas of Pakistan. Just recently, we had massive protests in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. The Shia community, the Pashtuns have been enraged because of the Pakistani army and the nefarious design and, of course, the activities of the ISI. And now we have the Balochistan, protests only intensifying. What we understand is that this has been, the case for a long period of time. There have been tensions. And now what we are learning from the media and those who are covering the Balochistan activism also is that the people of Balochistan have completely lost any sort of faith in Pakistan, and they are now rising and they are only intensifying their voice against the oppression of the Pakistani army.
Well, there's absolutely no doubt about the fact that the oppression of the Pakistani army on the Balochis, this has been being protested by the Balochis for a very long time. In fact, just about yesterday, we were given to understand that a certain organization, the Balochi organizations, have also urged the global community to help essentially stop what they're calling this Baloch genocide. And the Pakistani army has really been behind it. Now, what's important about this particular protest, remember, they have traveled for almost 26 days from occupied Balochistan all the way to Islamabad, demanding the release of Baloch activists. And more important, despite this peaceful protest that was being carried out, it turns out the Pakistani army, what you can see in those visuals that have been accessed by Republic TV, they brutally assaulted men, women, as well as children.
Right. All right, thank you so much, Shaban, for joining us with those details. So that is the latest we have. You can see those visuals right there, the tensions you can see on your screen there. Protesters, the Baloch protesters are being attacked, assaulted by the Pakistani army. You can see the way they have been dragged and stuffed into those police vans, into those vehicles. So that is the state of Pakistan right now. Baloch protesters intensifying their protests against the disappearance of various activists and the forcible abductions and forcible custody as well. We move on to some other stories right now, viewers, and this, of course, about the parliamentary breach probe. In a significant development in the parliament security breach case, Sai Krishna and Manoranjan, who were roommates and shared a computer science background, is being investigated for potential involvement. Sai Krishna sought academic help from Manoranjan. Delhi police tracked him after finding his name in Manoranjan's diary that was seized in Mysuru. Additionally, now authorities are probing Manoranjan's extensive international travel, cash transactions and potential links to anti-national activities, with questions arising about whether Sai Krishna is indeed the missing link to funding in this case. That is the big update we are getting in right now as far as the parliament security breach is concerned. 2 people, remember, have been detained. Sai Krishna has been detained and he is linked with the Manoranjan D. And it is a big update we are getting in right now. In fact, let's take a listen into the various reactions that have been coming in as this investigation is unraveling.
ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ನಾವು ರಾಂಗ್ ತಪ್ಪ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೆದ್ರುದ್ರಾಗ
ಏನಂದ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಬಂದು
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗೈತೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬಂದೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತಂತ ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಇದು ಹಿಂಗದಾನಂತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ಲೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ 2 days ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಇದು ಐತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೌದು
ಅಲ್ಲ ಡೈರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು
ಹಾಗಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾಕೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮನೋರಂಜನೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಮಕ್ಕಳು
ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ ಹೆಂಗಿದ್ದ ಏನಂತಂತ
ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಅವ್ರ ಡೈರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಮ್ಮನವ್ರದ್ದು ಹೆಸರು ಏನೋ ಇತ್ತು ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಸುಳ್ಳೋಕರೇನೋ ಏನ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್
ಅದು ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಡೈರಿ ನಮಗೂ ತೋರಿಸಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ ಬರ್ದಾನಂತೂ ನಮಗೂ ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಅದು ಅವ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸುಳ್ಳಿತ್ತು ಕರೆ ಇತ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಮೇಟ್ ರೂಮ್ಮೇಟ್ ಅಂತಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ BIT ಅವರು ಅದ್ರ ಒಳಗೆ ನನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮನು ಅವು ಏನೋ ಬರ್ದಾರ ಅಂತ ಏನೋ
Prajwal Prasad joins us live from Bengaluru. Prajwal, of course, this is a big breakthrough that has now taken place in the investigation as far as the attack on the parliament is concerned. Now, this individual called Sai Krishna has been arrested, has been detained, and what we are understanding is that he was the roommate of one of the prime accused, Manoranjan D. What all has been picked up as far as the investigation is concerned, and what has Sai Krishna said? His family is denying any link, but has Sai Krishna reacted or has said anything to the authorities?
According to the sources in the know of the investigation, Sai Krishna is being grilled for the past 3 days by the Delhi Special Wing as well as by the IB officials as well. And this particular link came out when the Delhi Special Branch had been to the house of Manoranjan in Vijayanagar, and there they found out a diary which had Sai Krishna's name written. And the context of what was written in the diary is particularly not known, but Sai Krishna's name has cropped up now and then again. And also in regards to the SIM cards cards which was procured by Manoranjan in January in 2022, it is now being understood that there were calls which was made to about 7 to 8 numbers, and constantly there was a call which was made to one particular number, and that has now been identified as the phone number of Sai Krishna as well. And therefore, in relation with these two counts, Sai Krishna was taken in, and he was also being questioned. For the past 2 days, he was being questioned in his residence only, but last night he was brought to the Navnagar police station in Bagalkot, and he was questioned immediately by the Delhi Special Wing as well. And on further interrogation, it is now being learnt that in 2008 and 2009, both Sai Krishna as well as Manoranjan were batchmates in the BIT Engineering College in Bengaluru, and they also went ahead and shared the same flat in Bengaluru as well and used to stay together too. Apart from which, now what is very interesting over here is the fact that Manoranjan has gone on luxurious trips. He's gone ahead and splurged a lot of money as well, because he's traveled multiple times to Thailand, Cambodia and other countries as well, and he had an active passport since 2013, but it has expired in 2023 in January. So who went ahead and funded these costly trips abroad for Manoranjan if he was going? Because remember that at any place, in no place has he left any sort of digital evidence over here in the form of e-wallets, in the form of cryptocurrencies or cards. Nothing has been used, and it has been only hard cash as well. And secondly, also the ticket which he had procured to go to New Delhi was done through a second agent called as First Step Travels in Mysuru, and he had gone ahead and given a sum of over 6,000 rupees in cash, and the primary agent, which was Akbar Travels, which was in Mumbai, had gone ahead and booked this flight ticket as well. So there is some sort of a shady connect over here as well, and they're questioning the financial transactions too. So maybe in that particular regard, sources in the know of the investigation are stating that this might also be the missing link, and therefore they're questioning in this, but there has been no sort of evidences as to prove that Sai Krishna is directly or indirectly involved in this attack as well. So this is something that needs to be understood as well. So he has been picked up, but after 2 days of interrogation, and on the third day of interrogation, him being picked up is only now going ahead and giving that the Delhi Special Cell has some sort of strong lead on the fact that Sai Krishna was involved with Manoranjan. If so, are there other people as well? Because remember that it is not only Sai Krishna who was interrogated, it is also the other batchmates of Manoranjan from the BIT Engineering College, a very prominent and prestigious college in the city of Bengaluru, who were also interrogated, but finally they zeroed in on him because there were many coincidences, and then the cops found out that this cannot be just one offshoot as well, because his name has also been mentioned for multiple times. He is also the son of a retired DYSP as well. So he's a high-ranking police official, a former police official, of course, but nevertheless somebody who was also top-ranking too. So this can also not be put aside as well. So looking into all of this now, the investigations are being conducted on this aspect too, and there might be further interrogation too. And it is also now being stated that even Manoranjan might be brought to Mysuru as well to recreate the meetings that they had in the past 4 to 5 years, is what we get to understand.
Right. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for joining us with those details. We'll keep a track of all the developments coming in as the probe is only now intensifying in various states. Right now, let's cut across to a press conference that is being held by Aam Aadmi Party's Atish.
ऑफिस में भ्रष्टाचार होता है कि वहाँ पे सब रजिस्ट्रार ऑफिस के बाहर कई प्रकार के दलाल मिलते हैं जो पैसों की मांग करते हैं, और क्योंकि लोग मजबूर होते हैं कि उन्हें अगर अपनी प्रॉपर्टी को रजिस्टर करना है तो उनके पास कोई चॉइस नहीं है, उन्हें उसी सब रजिस्ट्रार के पास ही जाना है, तो उन्हें मजबूरी में ये पैसे देने पड़ते हैं। इन्हीं सब समस्याओं को हल करने के लिए दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के आदेश पर दिल्ली के राजस्व विभाग ने एक नई पॉलिसी की शुरुआत की है। दिल्ली के रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट ने ये डिसीजन लिया है कि अब हम एनीवेयर रजिस्ट्रेशन की पॉलिसी लेकर आएंगे। इसका क्या मतलब हुआ? एनीवेयर रजिस्ट्रेशन का मतलब है कि अगर आपको अपनी प्रॉपर्टी रजिस्टर करनी है तो आप दिल्ली के किसी भी सब रजिस्ट्रार ऑफिस में जा सकते हैं।
That was Atishi of the Aam Aadmi Party. Remember, Aam Aadmi Party Remember, the Supremo of the Aam Aadmi Party and also the Delhi Chief Minister is right now has been summoned for the second time by the ED in the Delhi excise policy case. But he is in Punjab right now to attend Vipassana meditation course. So that is the latest update we have right now. Atishi, Delhi Minister, holding a press conference. All right, time for a very short break. On the other side, ahead of the ASI survey report release, ASI, remember, has submitted its report in the Gyanvapi survey. We will get you the latest from the court proceedings. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा। हम उनसे ही सुनेंगे अब क्या है उनका इरादा। बढ़ता पंजाब इस सोमवार सुबह 10:30 बजे से सिर्फ रिपब्लिक भारत पर। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में।
The court has fixed the date for today to open the sealed report, submit its copies to the advocate of either side. Muslim side pleaded before the court member not to make the survey report public.
क्योंकि ये मामला ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चल चुका है, सुनवाई ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसमें स्पष्ट कहा था कि सील बंद लिफाफे में इसको दाखिल न किया जाए और ये सारी रिपोर्ट खुले तौर पर जो है कोर्ट में पेश किया जाए।
In the latest on Parliament security breach probe, confrontation of all 6 accused was done yesterday, 20th of December, to corroborate whether the sequence of events shared by each of them matches. All 6 were kept at 5 different units of Delhi Police's special cell, where they underwent sustained interrogation. Yesterday, they were handed over to Counterintelligence Unit Office of Special Cell, unit investigating the matter, where they faced the joint interrogation. As crackdown on Rohingyas illegally taking shelter in India continues, the police investigation reveals 18 Rohingyas married locals in Jammu and Kashmir to get Indian national identity cards. All 6 Rohingyas who married locals have been arrested along with their husbands. Kerala reported 300 new active cases of COVID-19 and 3 deaths in the last 24 hours. With this, the total number of active cases in the cases of COVID in the country is 2,669. In the wake of rise in COVID cases in neighbouring state, Kerala Chief Minister and Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will hold COVID control meeting today. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will hold the meeting with Health Department in Bengaluru, where strict action to control COVID can be taken. Indian Navy ground and aerial rescue teams as well as the NDRF teams have been carrying out flood relief operations in coordination with the local administration in Tamil Nadu districts, as several people remained stranded in Tamil Nadu's southern districts. The Office of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on Wednesday assured that the centre was providing all possible assistance to Tamil Nadu in the wake of incessant rain. The Uttarakhand High Court has rejected the bail plea of Pulkit Arya, the main accused in Ankita Bhandari murder case. During the hearing held yesterday, the court said that this is a serious crime, and all testimonies taken in the law court so far have confirmed that all the accused were present at the spot at the time of the incident. India-Nepal Centre of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry organised the second edition of the India-Nepal Economics Partnership Summit. The one-day summit was organised in Nepal's Birgunj to discuss further ways to strengthen bilateral economic ties. Union Sports Ministry has given its nod to confer the Arjuna Award to 26 sportspersons, including star cricketer Mohammad Shami, who enjoyed a stellar ODI World Cup this year. The awards will be conferred on the athletes by President Draupadi Murmu at the Rashtrapati Bhavan on the 9th of January.
शामी भाई ने जैसे वर्ल्ड कप में परफॉर्मेंस किया है और हर किसी को यही उम्मीद थी कि शामी भाई को अर्जुन अवार्ड के लिए नॉमिनेट किया जाए। पहले बीसीसीआई ने उनका नाम अर्जुन अवार्ड के लिए खेल मंत्रालय को सिफारिश की थी और आज हमें बहुत खुशी की खबर मिली। शाम लगभग 3:30-4 बजे के शामी भाई का अर्जुन अवार्ड के लिए सिलेक्ट हुए हैं और 9 तारीख को उन्हें खेल मंत्रालय से और क्या कहते हैं राष्ट्रपति जी से अर्जुन अवार्ड मिलेगा।
जब वो अवार्ड लेकर आएंगे गाँव में वापस जश्न मनाएंगे।
जी, जैसे कि ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है ये भी कि हमारी भारत सरकार से शामी भाई को क्रिकेट में इकलौते प्लेयर को मोहम्मद शामी को इस साल अर्जुन अवार्ड मिल रहा है। वैसे 26 लोग इसमें नॉमिनेट हुए हैं और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि शामी भाई आगे भी टीम इंडिया के लिए ऐसे ही परफॉर्मेंस करते रहें और देश का नाम इसी तरीके रोशन करते रहें और आगे भी एक से एक अच्छे पुरस्कार उनको मिलें और हम यही उम्मीद करते हैं।
There has been a day of protest versus protest in the national capital. A protest was held at Vijay Chowk by the suspended MPs over the suspension of over their suspension during the winter session. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we have the BJP holding protest at the Jantar Mantar against the insult to the Vice President and the Rajya Sabha Chairperson Dhankar.
Right now I'm reporting from Parliament, and opposition march from Parliament to Vijay Chowk has started. Behind me are all the opposition leaders who are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk, and these are the visuals. With placards and the banner in their hand. Opposition leaders have started their protest, and this is the march where opposition leaders are clearly stating that their demand for HM to reply in Parliament is still intact, and they are saying that opposition is not going to stop. These are the visuals behind me. Opposition leaders with placards in their hands, where they clearly stated that 141 MPs are suspended, and now it's a time that democracy should be safe. And Mallikarjun Kharge and all the opposition leaders behind me could clearly be seen with placards in their hand. These are the visuals of march from inside Parliament to Vijay Chowk. अपोजिशन लीडर्स इस वक्त मार्च में मौजूद है, उनको देखा जा सकता है, और जितने भी अपोजिशन नेता हैं वो इस वक्त मार्च करके जा रहे हैं। विवेक तनखा इस वक्त हमारे साथ है। विवेक जी, आप लोग आज प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, मार्च कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी कह रही है कि माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी मिमिक्री वाले मुद्दे पर।
किस बात की माफी भाई? हमने कोई गलती नहीं की तो माफी क्यों मांगेंगे? हम तो
So right now, more and more opposition leaders can be seen here with placards in their hand, where they are marching from Parliament towards Vijay Chowk and stating that they have not done anything wrong and therefore they are not going to apologize. We are joined by more and more leaders right now. Marikam sir, today this march and BJP is stating that opposition is doing a politics out of it.
We are asking for justice. We are not doing politics. We are asking for justice. 150 MPs has been thrown out and we are asking for justice.
So these are the opposition leaders who are clearly stating they're asking for justice, and all the opposition leaders from parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk protesting for their rights and stating that they have to respond. And we'll try to take a word, and this is Mallikarjun Kharge also leaving for Vijay Chowk, as more and more leaders from parliament have marched towards Vijay Chowk, stating that is the time that democracy should be saved. Harsha Janwani for Republic TV.
Step into a short break. On the other side, Kejriwal is in Vipassana mode. He has skipped the Aide summons in Delhi liquor scam case today.
In association with Sera, this is your space. Play it your way.
Malabar presents Mind Diamond Festival. दिल की वो बातें जो हम बोल नहीं पाते, डायमंड बोलता है।
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब। सीएम भगवंत मान से जानेंगे पंजाब के विकास की गाथा। कृषि, रोजगार और निवेश से क्यों चमक रहा पंजाब का माथा। चहुमुखी विकास है सीएम भगवंत मान का वादा।
Congress hold protests against suspension. BJP hold parallel protests against insult to Vice President. DMK Minister Ponmudi gets 3 years in prison in disproportionate assets case. Kejriwal on Vipassana mode skips ED summons in Delhi liquor scam case today. Accused Manoranjan's friend detained in Parliament breach case, funding link under scanner. Republic accesses exclusive details of NIA's Islamic State Ballari module bust in Karnataka. ASI submits report in Varanasi court on Gyanvapi survey, verdict awaited today. Baloch activists march to Pakistani capital to demand end to extrajudicial killings. And thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 2 p.m. I'm Suvesha Sawant. We begin this edition with the very latest input that is coming in on the Parliament security breach as the opposition continues to demand answers, and most importantly saying that it is either Prime Minister or Home Minister who must speak on the floor of the House. Now, in the big lead that is coming in on the Parliament security breach investigation, top sources have informed that Republic
I beg your pardon. Top sources have informed Republic that Home Minister Amity Shah held a key late-night meeting with top officials and took stock of the investigation and what the progress is like so far. This is the latest that is just coming in, as the Home Ministry is keeping a very close tab on every development in this investigation, and Home Minister Amity Shah, who's personally staying informed on all that is coming in. Aishwarya Kapoor, Executive Editor Politics, joining us on the phone line to give us further details of the same. Aishwarya, what more can you tell us about the meeting held late last night?
Well, absolutely, Swesha. What we are being told by our sources that DIB, DG CRPF, DG CIF, Commissioner of Delhi Police, Home Secretary, and then the senior IB officials have been called in by the Home Minister late tonight itself. This is right after the Parliament ends, keeping in mind that the very important bill in the Parliament is all set to be passed today, and tomorrow is the last day of the Parliament, working day of the winter session of the Parliament. Keeping in mind that, the Home Minister has called a late night meeting tonight, and this is what we are being told on to the Parliament security analysis, and especially after the kind of which can be termed as a terrorist incident which took place on the Parliament on the 13th. So very clearly, this is very important. But we are being told that certain new protocols, new conditions will be all. We are also being told that alongside CRPF, CISF can also be called in to protect the outer periphery of the Indian Parliament. So all of those details will be looked in this meeting, which has been called in by the Home Minister tonight itself.
Aishwarya, also give us details, as earlier on information had come in on how Home Minister could speak on the Parliament security breach on the floor of the House. Of course, the opposition members have been demanding the same. But in that sense, of course, the investigation has reached a fair level. Can there be direct answers on what exactly the progress so far is?
Well, what we are being told that the Home Minister will only speak or give a statement on the floor of the House once and foremost the investigation is over and he has a final reply. The investigation is still on. We still see raids happening in different parts of the country, keeping in mind that these 7 individuals came from 6 different states, and it was over a period of 10 to 12 months while they were doing Reiki. So all of that investigation is happening, and a preliminary report will be submitted to the Home Minister tonight itself, we are being told, by different officers of their investigation, where it is Anish Dayal, DCRPF or Delhi Police Commissioner. So all of them will be submitting their separate reports as far as the incident is concerned, because somewhere or the other all of these agencies were involved and they were at fault. There cannot be any denial on the fault on the part of the security agencies protecting the Indian Parliament, and also simultaneously the Parliament Security Watch and Ward. So all of that is being done, keeping in mind that the security, as soon as you enter the periphery of the Parliament, is not a Home Ministry concern. It is being taken care by the Lok Sabha Speaker. But now, after the Lok Sabha Speaker handing it over and requesting the Home Ministry to take over, Home Minister Amity Shah is doing this late night meeting tonight.
All right, Aishwarya, many thanks for speaking to us on this. And well, in a significant development in the Parliament security breach case, Sai Krishna and Manoranjan, who were roommates and shared a computer science background, are being investigated for potential involvement. Sai Krishna had sought academic help from Manoranjan, and the Delhi police tracked him after finding his name in Manoranjan's diary that was seized in Mysuru. Additionally, authorities are probing Manoranjan's extensive international travel, cash transactions, potential links to anti-national activities, with questions that are now being raised about whether Sai Krishna is the missing link to funding in this case. Now, remember that Sai Krishna's family so far has denied any links to the Parliament security breach. Let's listen in to what is being said.
ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ನಾವು ರಾಂಗ್ ತಪ್ಪ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೆದ್ರುದ್ರಾಗ
ಏನಂದ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಬಂದು?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗೈತೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು, ಅದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬಂದೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಇದು ಹಿಂಗದಾನಂತೆ ಅನ್ನೋತ್ಲೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ 2 days ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಇದು ಐತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೌದು.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಡೈರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ
ಹಾಗಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾಕೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಮಕ್ಕಳು
ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ ಹೆಂಗಿದ್ದ ಏನಂತಂತ.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಅವ್ರ ಡೈರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಮ್ಮನವ್ರದ್ದು ಹೆಸರೇನೋ ಇತ್ತು ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಪೊಲೀಸರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಅಂತನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಕರೇನೋ ಏನ್ರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅದು?
ಅದು ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಡೈರಿ ನಮಗೂ ತೋರ್ಸಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ ಬರ್ದಾನಂತೂ ನಮಗೂ ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ. ಅದು ಅವ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸುಳ್ಳಿತ್ತು ಕರೆ ಇತ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಮೇಟ್ ರೂಮ್ಮೇಟ್ ಅಂತಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಎನ್ಕ್ವೈರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ BIT ಅವರು. ಅದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ನನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮನು ಅವು ಏನೋ ಬರ್ದಾರ ಅಂತ ಏನೋ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಾಗ ಬರತೈತಿ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರು ಮನೋರಂಜನ್ ಡೈರಿ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಿಮಗೂ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ.
Moving on, the Delhi Police Special Cell conducted joint interrogations with all the accused, having them sit together and confront each other. All the 6 accused were kept on different units of the special cell. On Wednesday, in New Friends Colony, they were taken for a one-to-one discussion. The Delhi Police is keen on understanding the chronological order of the entire incident and verifying if the statements provided by the accused align with one another or not. Today, 4 out of the 6 accused are scheduled to appear in court again, and the special cell may seek remand once more for further questioning. In fact, this is exactly what the Delhi Police had said earlier on in court, that they wanted extended custody of the accused, as they wanted to understand whether the motive of this entire attack was to send out a message, or there is also some sort of a terror link. As they continue to investigate into this case, this is the latest that the Delhi Police Special Cell has done. They conducted joint interrogations of all the accused after recording individual statements, and all of them were put in front of one another to observe what exactly was the larger plan, what was the chronology of hatching this plan, and how exactly did they go on to execute it. Delhi Police corroborating all the statements and verifying what the various statements are. And a quick check of the other top stories in brief we are tracking for you today ahead of ASI survey report release. The Muslim side has appealed to the court to not make the ASI report public. The court has fixed a date for today to open the sealed report and submit its copies to the advocates of either side. The Muslim side pleaded before the court not to make the survey report public.
चूँकि ये मामला ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चल चुका है, सुनवाई ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसमें स्पष्ट कहा था कि सील बंद लिफाफे में इसको दाखिल न किया जाए, और ये सारी रिपोर्ट खुले तौर पर जो है कोर्ट में पेश किया जाए.
In the latest on Parliament security breach probe, confrontation of all 6 accused was done yesterday on the 20th of December to corroborate whether the sequence of events shared by each one of them matches with the other or not. All 6 were kept at 5 different units of the Delhi Police Special Cell, where they underwent sustained interrogation. Yesterday, they were handed over to the Counter-Intelligence Unit office of the Special Cell. The unit investigating the matter questioned them, and it was a joint interrogation. As the crackdown on Rohingyas illegally taking shelter in India continues, police investigation has revealed 18 Rohingyas who married locals in Jammu and Kashmir to get Indian national identity cards. All 6 Rohingyas who married locals have been arrested along with their husbands. Kerala reported 300 new active cases of COVID-19 and 3 deaths in the last 24 hours, with the total number of active cases of COVID-19 in the country at 2669. In wake of the rising COVID cases in Kerala, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will hold COVID control meeting today. He will hold this meeting with the Health Department in Bengaluru, where strict action to control COVID can be taken. Indian Navy ground and aerial rescue teams as well as NDRF teams have been carrying out flood relief operations in coordination with the local administration in Tamil Nadu district. As several people remain stranded in Tamil Nadu's southern districts, the Office of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on Wednesday assured that the centre was providing all the possible assistance to Tamil Nadu in the wake of incessant rains. Uttarakhand High Court has rejected the bail plea of Pulkit Arya, the main accused in the Ankita Bhandari murder case. During the hearing yesterday, held 20th December 2023, the court said that this is a serious crime and all the testimonies taken in the lower court so far have confirmed that all the accused were present at the spot at the time of the incident. India-Nepal Centre of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry organized the second edition of the India-Nepal Economic Partnership Summit 2023. The one-day summit was organized in Nepal's Birgunj to discuss further ways to strengthen the bilateral economic partnership. Meanwhile, the Archaeological Survey of India has presented a survey report on the Gyanvapi mosque complex to the district court in a sealed cover, and the court is now all set to hear what comes next. Allahabad High Court on Tuesday dismissed pleas challenging the maintainability of a 1991 lawsuit seeking the restoration of a temple where the Gyanvapi mosque stands, and observed that the religious character of a disputed place can only be decided by the court. ASI conducted a scientific survey of the Gyanvapi premises situated adjacent to the Kashi Vishwanath temple. Now, the objective was to ascertain whether the mosque was built atop the remains of a pre-existing Hindu temple structure. The survey was initiated in response to the district court's directive on the 21st of July, instructing an examination beneath the mosque's dome, cellars and the western wall. Listen in to the voices that have come in so far.
The mosque committee has represented their side in front of the court, and they are of the view that those two envelopes that have been such sealed by the ASI and have been submitted in front of the Varanasi district, that they should not be made public, and anybody who wants a copy of that should take a formal undertaking in front of the court through an affidavit. However, the Hindu side today is contesting at around 2 o'clock is the time set for that specific case, and they're contesting that those reports should be made public. Right now I'm joined by the Hindu petitioner side lawyer Subhash Nandan Chaturvedi. सर, धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। तो आज जो आपका जो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण केस है, आज आप कोर्ट के सामने क्या रिक्वेस्ट करने वाले हैं कि जो रिपोर्ट्स आई हैं एएसआई के साइंटिफिक सर्वे की, उनको पब्लिक किया जाए?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, जो अभी पिछले 18 तारीख को जो एसआई की टीम ने, उनके जो काउंसिल ने जो सील बंद लिफाफे में 92 दिनों तक जो रिपोर्ट ये सर्वे चला है, उसको इन्होंने दाखिल किया था। चूंकि ये मामला ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चल चुका है, सुनवाई ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसमें स्पष्ट कहा था कि सील बंद लिफाफे में इसको दाखिल न किया जाए और ये सारी रिपोर्ट खुले तौर पर जो है कोर्ट में पेश किया जाए। अब चूंकि ये मामला केवल, देखिए, हमारा व्यक्तिगत कोई लड़ाई हम लोगों का नहीं है, हमारी आपकी कोई प्रॉपर्टी की लड़ाई नहीं है, ये करोड़ों करोड़ लोगों की लड़ाई है। हमारी वादनी भले 4 हो सकती हैं, जिनके तरफ से हम लोगों ने जो एसआई सर्वे मांग की थी और सर्वे हुआ है, ये हो सकता है, लेकिन इसके पीछे जो करोड़ों करोड़ जो कहा जाए परोक्ष जो वादी हैं, जो जानना चाहते हैं कि ये सर्वे रिपोर्ट में आखिर निकल कर क्या आ रहा है। क्योंकि ये विवाद बहुत पुराना है और 100 करोड़ से ऊपर लोग, मुस्लिम पक्ष भी जानना चाहता है, तमाम करोड़ों मुसलमान भी जानना चाहते हैं कि सच्चाई उस ज्ञानवापी परिसर का है क्या। अगर आप इसको पब्लिक डोमेन में नहीं लाएंगे तो जो लोग सोच रहे हैं, समझ रहे हैं, चाह रहे हैं, उस पर दिक्कतें आएंगी। केवल हम या आप जो है कोई सीक्रेट जो है कोर्ट सुनवाई नहीं कर रहा है। 370 में भी खुली सुनवाई हुई है, राम मंदिर में भी खुली सुनवाई हुई है, और राम मंदिर में भी जो एसआई ने सर्वे दाखिल किया था, वो सर्वे रिपोर्ट जो है खुला बंद लिफाफे में नहीं दाखिल किया था।
सर, अगर हम इस केस की बात करें तो अगर रिपोर्ट सामने आती है, पब्लिक फाइंडिंग सामने आती है, तो आपके जो बाकी केसेस हैं उनमें भी मदद मिलेगी आपको?
बिल्कुल, अगर ये बंद लिफाफे में जाएंगे और हम तक नहीं ये सारी रिपोर्टें आएंगी तो हम ये ट्रायल में हमें दिक्कत होगा। भाई हम जब ये सारी कापियां एसआई की रिपोर्ट को जब प्राप्त करेंगे कोर्ट से जो है, तो मिलने के बाद हम उस पर अध्ययन करेंगे, स्टडी करेंगे, एनालिसिस करेंगे, तभी तो ट्रायल में हम आगे कार्रवाई कर सकते हैं। तो इसलिए जो मांग इनकी है, एसआई ने कहा, उनके काउंसिल ने कहा कि हमें जानकारी सुप्रीम कोर्ट
Cutting across to Madhurima, who is joining us live from Varanasi. Madhurima, the Hindu group and the Hindu side, so as to say, is very, very keen to understand what exactly the report reveals. The Muslim side has also requested that the report does not and should not be made public at this point. But in that sense, how are the two sides approaching the legal battle now, how it is expected to move forward, and details of what you're picking up from outside the court?
Well, Suresha, it's a very crucial day today because the Hindu side is contesting in front of the Varanasi court that the ASI scientific report that they have submitted after a 92-day survey should be made public. There were two envelopes, both of them sealed. One have the documents, and second have the list of the relics and other things that they have found under the debris inside the Gyanvapi mosque. Now, the Hindu side is contending that all of this should be made public, whereas at the time when these particular envelopes were submitted in front of the court, the Hindu side there and then, Mr. Vishnu Shankar Jain had objected in front of the court that why this information is in sealed envelopes, to which the ASI council had apprised the court that they had no any other intention. They were not aware of the Supreme Court order that there need not be any seal. They did it because it's a sensitive case and they only wanted to maintain the confidentiality in the matter. But today the Hindu side is going to keep their arguments in front of the Varanasi court there, and they would want this to be made public because they believe that when this information comes out in public domain, it's going to be highly beneficial for their base case. That is the case that was filed by the 4 women seeking the permission to go inside the Gyanvapi mosque premises and offer prayer to the Gauri Shankar, the deity over there. Suresha, back to you.
Absolutely, Madhurima. Many thanks for getting us those details. We'll keep coming back to you as the story develops further. And we cut across to more breaking news coming in as the Delhi High Court has issued a notice to ED. This is plea seeking the quashing of the money laundering case that is against her. This comes after ED had opposed Jacqueline's petition and said that Jacqueline continued to take gifts from Sukesh even after knowing that he has a criminal background, and ED demanded cancellation of Jacqueline's petition. The next hearing will be on the 29th of January. In the meanwhile, Jacqueline Fernandez, the actor who continues to be in the dock as she was receiving the proceeds of crime, is the allegation against her. And the Delhi High Court notice to the ED on Jacqueline's plea, where they have asked or rather opposed Jacqueline's petition, saying that she continued to take gifts from Sukesh Chandrasekhar even after knowing that he has a criminal background and that all that he was spending on her was not clean money. The next hearing in this case is expected to happen on the 29th of January 2024. ED has demanded a cancellation on Jacqueline's petition. Let me bring in Piyush Ori, who's joining us on the phone line. Piyush, what next for Jacqueline and what is the development so far?
So yes, this is a big development which has come in wherein Jacqueline Fernandez, who is one of the co-accused in the Sukesh Chandrasekhar case, has demanded for the cancellation of her name from the Enforcement Directorate. Moreover, she has also written that how she is now being intimidated and how she's being played mind games with by Sukesh Chandrasekhar, who is writing continuous letters to her. Now, this petition has been given to the Delhi High Court by her and her personal team, and the next date on this is going to be held in the last week of January. So it is now going to be interesting to see that what is the stance that is going to be taken in Delhi High Court, because, mind you, Jacqueline Fernandez is one of the co-accused in the money laundering case, in which Sukesh Chandrasekhar is already in the custody, and from here on, it is going to be interesting that what stance is Delhi High Court going to take, and will Jacqueline Fernandez get any reprieve or not? Back to you.
And in terms of the hearing that is slated for the 29th of January, what more are you hearing from her lawyers to what their strategy will be moving forward?
So, Yesha, what I can tell you is that since Jacqueline was not able to get any reprieve from the Patiala House Court or from the trial court in Delhi, where presently this case is being heard, Jacqueline had to take the route to Delhi High Court. And following this, the legal team has now put a petition in which they have said that Jacqueline is innocent and her name should be taken off from this being co-accused in the Sukesh Chandrasekhar case. Also, Jacqueline Fernandez has also said that how she is being played mind games with, how she is being continuously intimidated by Sukesh Chandrasekhar, who wants to implicate her, who wants to trouble her. So all these aspects now will be looked into by the Delhi High Court, and we are expecting that when on January 29th, the Delhi High Court is going to hear this matter, there may be something that might come in. Now, whether that's going to bring in reprieve to Jacqueline Fernandez or that's going to increase the Jacqueline Fernandez, only time will tell. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Piyush, many thanks for getting us those details. Moving on, as the crackdown on Rohingyas continues, police investigation reveals 18 Rohingyas who married locals in Jammu and Kashmir to get Indian national identity cards. All 6 Rohingyas who married locals have been arrested along with their husbands. Gursimran getting us this report.
As Jammu and Kashmir police intensify their crackdown on the Rohingya and their supporters in Jammu and Kashmir, 18 Rohingyas have been identified who have married the locals in Jammu and Kashmir to get their Indian national identity cards illegally. The Jammu and Kashmir police, during the raids that have been conducted in the Jammu region across 7 districts, have recovered the Aadhaar cards, the voter documents and also the revenue records along with the bank passbooks from the Rohingyas, those who have obtained these illegally with the help of locals. And now 18, that includes 6 from the Kishtwar districts who have been arrested by the Kishtwar police, have been identified, those who have married the locals to get the identity cards and their national identity certificates, including the Aadhaar and other valid cards that makes them the citizen of India. Now, according to the officials, there have been 7 arrests that have been made from the Kishtwar for harboring them, and now the intensified operations are on in other parts of the Jammu and Kashmir. With Gaurav Sahani, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
On the other side, we get you details as Republic accesses information of NIA's Islamic State Ballari module bust in Karnataka. Baloch activists marched to Pakistani capital to demand an end to the extrajudicial killings.
The Ministry of Commerce, Government of India has conferred the National Award for Innovation on Amity School out of 10,000 schools in India with Atal Tinkering Labs, a testimony to Amity's focus on instilling scientific temperament and innovative spirit among its students.
संतों का पंजाब, दिलदारों का पंजाब, देश का अनाज भंडार पंजाब, बिजनेस में तरक्की करता पंजाब, देश को सफल बनाता पंजाब। देखिए हमारे साथ बढ़ता पंजाब।